Rose in before the end. Everyone go and follow Sister Rose as well.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Indeed.
As always, take care.
Hang on a minute. I haven't done my Raiderino yet.
Okay.
1 second. Yes. Everyone go and follow Mooncat and all that shit. I'll be back.
Spam the Corbin emo. I demand you to go into the Mooncat chat and spam the Corbin emo.
True. It's goodbye from me and goodbye from No Justice.
Shitty website. Oh, hello, Raiders. Hello. Like this stuff used to be on the side of a website as like a clickbait article, like they're lying to you. Doctor.
This shows a fucking highlights. Can you just fucking do that?
I'm live. Okay, you can't be seen. You're fine. Oh, if you want to watch the highlights, watch them. You okay? Yeah. Shanna says hi. Hi, Super Hubby. Let's start with some music, shall we? There's a song I've been meaning to find. Yes.
I got handed an Ayn Rand sandwich straight from the can of taste. tasted so bland. I asked the lass to pass me a glass of Engel's conditions of the working. I got handed an Ayn Rand sandwich straight from the can. It tasted so bland. I asked the lass to pass me a glass of Engel's conditions of the working class. Right away they dragged me to the committee to explain my un-American activity. They're gonna see they made a mistake if they'd only let me play my mixtape. I'm not partial to the marshal or the plutocrats and their beaver hats. And the fascists have the outfits, but I don't care for the outfits. What I care about is music, and the communists have the music. I hear a melody, and just as suddenly I know who I'm supposed to be. I don't need a rationale to sing the International. I only need to plug in my headphone jack so I can listen to my backing track. I'm not jealous of the zealous or anarchics with guitar picks. And the fascists have the outfits, but I don't care for the outfits. What I care about is music, and the communists have the music. Yes, the communists have the music. Oh, the communists have the music. I hear a melody, and just as suddenly I know who I'm supposed to be. I'm not partial to the marshal or the plutocrats and their beaver hats. And the fascists have the outfits, but I don't care for the outfits. What I care about is music, and the communists have the music. Yes, the communists have the music. Oh, the communists have the music. Here's to the greater good for all.
Good man's poison.
Do what you know you should for all. We all may die. Something's going
Excellent.
on, just look around. Fear is on the rise, and there's blood all over the ground. Let's all just blindfold the poor. We must remind them what's in store. We got them now,
that you?
just break them down a little bit more.
Hi.
Said, hey, you feed the machine, bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste, remind the slaves they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you poison the well, watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was nice to know you. Up and dance, come on. Nothing's going on, no need to fear. And we're all in this together. And just to make it all clear, we want the same thing as you. This will all be over soon. Now here's a little pill, here's the truth. We're gonna remind the slaves they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you poison the well, watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was nice to know you. We've all been damned. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. We've all been damned. Come on.
truly getting on my nerves. Can you fucking stop that, please?
Remind the slaves, they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you poison the well, watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was nice to know you. We've all been damned. Come on. We've all been damned. Come on. We've all been damned. Come on.
There will come a soldier who carries a mighty sword. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay, O Lord. There will come a poet whose weapon is his word. He will slay you with his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will slay you with his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord. There will come a ruler whose brow is leaving born. Spear with oil like David's boy. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. Spear with oil like David's boy. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay.
I'm liking this. I'm like, for Christ's sake. This wind is scaring the absolute bejesus out of me. Being this high up with all the winds whistling around the skyrise blocks, it's fucking wild. Super happy I had to go out today, this afternoon, well, this lunchtime, after he watched his politics programmes in the morning. We needed wrapping paper and a couple other presents for my nephews. So he went out and bought them, and it's just been building up all day. It has been fucking wild. Being this high up a fucking hill is no doing me any fucking favours. Ugh. Oh, god damn it. Give me a minute. Add source. Oh. Am I good? Can you hear me? Do you? Nice one. Do I need to put the light up on my ring camera? Let's see. Let's see if I can make myself look a little bit more. That's better. Nice one. You just fuck off, wind. Seriously. Christ. Right. Let's go back to the song. Oh, please. Like music. Husband. I've been married for 8 years, but we've been together for, it'll be 24 next year, so 23 years just now we've been together. We've been together for a while. I got together with Super Hubby when I was 22. Ah,
1, 2, 3, ho!
18. Wow. $25 for my middle sister and her wife, and $17 for my younger sister and her partner. My lovely NB sweetie, they're in a relationship. They've been with their girlfriend for 18 months. She's doing they have been doing well. Their girlfriend is she, her. That's why I keep on getting mixed up. Their girlfriend is bloody amazing. She works for Alphabet. She's kind of rich. Her boss, her immediate bosses and stuff, they're all right, but the company as a whole, as you can guess. So she is currently looking for a flat for both of them. 2-bedroom, something like that, somewhere within Perth, near the Edinburgh Road. So I'm trying to explain the geography of Perth. Well, it's the east side of Perth essentially, so that'd be Craigie, or the west one. I think she can find one there. I think she can find a flat there, or a 2-bedroom house. Plus, they've got my younger sister's best friend, who used to be an estate agent. She works for Coca-Cola now. Bloody hell! But she used to be an estate agent, and she's helping my niece and her girlfriend find somewhere that'll be perfect for the pair of them. I've been looking. How are the prices looking? The prices in Perth aren't too bad depending on what area you're looking in. The area I grew up is called Letham. The houses have only increased a little bit. Oh, fucking hell. Parts of Glasgow, okay, but Edinburgh, the prices in Edinburgh and Aberdeen are fucking wild. Dundee's not too bad, I guess. depending on what area you want to go in. But the prices in Edinburgh and parts of Glasgow, they're just fucking nuts. Me and Super Hubby would never have been able to get on the property ladder without both of us working. Let's put it that way. If we wanted a decent house, that is. I'd personally like a back and front door with a small garden. I'm sure there's an island in the Outer Hebrides or the Inner Hebrides you can try and save up for. I've heard some of them going for like just under 200,000. There's fuck all on them. Don't know who owns them though. A lot of them are getting bought up by community trusts though, which I approve. I am Katie and I approve this message. So I like that when local communities actually live on the place and have been there for fucking ages and they buy it and use it for the benefit of everyone on the island. Like shops, community hubs, stuff like that. Okay, back to the music.
All you know is your time ain't worth a thing. You just wanna bring me down, but I wanna fly and say you back. I know you all too well. You talk shit and love the smell. Don't think that I can't tell. You're faking nothing else. You should know this well. Ain't trying to wish you ill. Hope this life treats you swell. Oh yeah.
Oh, a bop it? I didn't see. Hey, don't tell me what to do. All right, fine, hand it over. Come on. Hey, this is cool. Tell him, pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Heard you were saying shit, I called a rave it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor, though, telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome, so the chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up. 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 Okay, now listen. You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Dobie. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you soapy. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm Obi. Feeling like homeless to owe me. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands with forbidden the clothies. They wanna beef, but they eating the 4-3. I'm fucking with God and we know she. Pull up. 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 Flat stands, I'm feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ayy, ayy. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Ayy, I got the crop, I got the bag and I ain't even shop. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank would've seen me, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday, wouldn't go long. Popping the CD, showing the photos. See me with Ruby, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dough. Talents I balance, I flip in a row. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. She got us a him, but she giving me more. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek? You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great.
Very well.
All right.
Bring it.
Apollo! You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
If that's true, release him.
Hephaestus!
Trust is not given, is forced. Why should I give him my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
You're a little high and mighty, Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart. He was busy fighting, more like busy spiting. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought. Wait! Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
Hold your tongue now, hear signs, my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed. Release him. Hey, baby. So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you should prevail. He's got the mind of a genius, try harder. He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny, Never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him. I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me, no one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for.
Okay. I know what video I am going for. Because we done Prager Review by Kev on Friday. There's one that he reminded me of that Hakeem done, and it's actually quite fun. So I'll see if I can find that one. Hopefully he hasn't taken it down. Hakeem PragerU. Oh, there it's there.
Hello. I'm in a silly mood today, so I thought I'd watch some absolute brain rot and laugh at it. What's more likely is that I'll just get annoyed and you'll be entertained at my expense, but oh well. To pick a video, I was sent several from our favorite one-stop shop of brain rot, PragerU. Let's see what our old buddy Dennis is up to, shall we? The first video is titled, Is Communism Moral? Now, we can get into an entire discussion on what morality is and how we can measure it, but we'll get into all that. Let's start the video.
Motives are much less important than behavior. We all know this. If someone has good intentions
Not necessarily.
but treats people badly, those good intentions mean nothing. As it is with individuals, so it is with governments. Capitalism might sound less noble than communism. The individual pursues success to the best of his abilities. That's capitalism. Versus everyone shares
No, it
everything
isn't.
equally. That's communism.
I'm always
No, it
surprised
isn't.
by how quickly these videos devolve into outright lies. Like, at least make an attempt to be objective. Both definitions are wrong, unsurprisingly. Capitalism is not when an individual pursues success to the best of their abilities, nor is communism everyone shares everything equally. You can't abstract these very real concepts away with fluffy language, and even more so for a scam that calls itself a university, they should know better than to fail to properly define terms. Capitalism is a socioeconomic system based on the ownership of private property, wage labor, the presence of markets, and the division of society into two general class groupings, proletariat and bourgeoisie.
Communism
is a stateless, moneyless, and classless society that is the next stage to follow after socialism. It's decently encapsulated in the oft-quoted, from each according to his ability to each according to his need. Lenin even wrote a hilarious article titled A Liberal Professor on Equality, debunking this intentionally used and abused misconception. Nice to see that Marxists dunking on liberals is a tradition that goes back over a century.
But it is capitalism that has produced freedom, and it alone has lifted millions from poverty, while communism has kept millions impoverished and, without exception, crushed freedom.
Yeah, flip those statements around and you'd be correct. First of all, freedom is an abstract idea, and Dennis here intentionally doesn't define it because he knows it's not in his favor. Under capitalism, you're fully free to be homeless, unemployed, uneducated, overworked, unrepresented politically and economically, not have any say over how your workplace is organized, and so much more. Man, what would we do without all this freedom? To quote Lenin, freedom in capitalist society always remains about the same as it was in ancient Greek republics, freedom for slave owners. The absolute wealthiest within society have the sole freedom to own massive amounts of capital, even extending to the air we breathe and water we drink. If you're not part of this small sacred group, tough luck. Furthermore, the vast majority of poverty alleviation that's taken place over the past century has been within socialist countries, and in the 21st century, almost exclusively within the People's Republic of China. You know, that one, run by a communist party. Again, you can't play the silly game of China's capitalist when something good happens, and China's communist when it's something supposedly bad. PragerU has done that nonsense in other videos, and I won't just casually look over this blinding hypocrisy. Also, socialism across the board has resulted in superior outcomes for their populations when compared with capitalist countries. I've made several videos about this. The point is just very tired. PragerU obviously exists to satisfy ideological biases rather than provide legitimate arguments.
Capitalism, for all its imperfections, enables a decent society. Communism, whatever its stated intentions, leads to evil. Yet increasingly, people either ignore or deny the evil of this ideology, which within a period of only 60 years created modern totalitarianism and deprived more people of human rights and tortured and killed more people than any ideology in history.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack. Firstly, define decent. Is Somalia decent? Or Peru? Or Bangladesh? Those are all capitalist countries, and much closer to the general average of what capitalism provides globally. Also, isn't our baby boy Dennis here American? The country that has children going to debt to pay for school lunches, and teachers working like 3 jobs just to make ends meet? Where school shootings are an actually frequent occurrence and minorities are shot on the street by police? Where there exists literal armies of homeless right next to peopleless homes? Where a single cancer diagnosis can bankrupt entire families, and practically everyone is living on credit? Where most Americans can't afford a $500 emergency, and the government spends trillions on war instead of healthcare and education. Some definition of decent you must have. As for communism leading to evil, again, define what evil is. Hold on, they kinda do that in a loose way. Totalitarianism, deprivation of human rights, and the murder of innocents. I can't be the only one that thinks this sounds a lot like the US, no? Did we forget American drone strikes on sheep herders and weddings? The Korean War, Vietnam War, Iraq War, hell, the recent 20-year debacle in Afghanistan. Again, how innocent minorities are shot on the street. How the US literally dropped 2 nuclear weapons on civilian centers despite Japan already being fully ready to surrender. As for totalitarianism, why is it that the US, the capitalist haven, almost exclusively monopolizes support for dictators around the world, both modern as well as historic? This is why I generally dislike PragerU nonsense. These are platitudes mixed in with lies. There's nothing concrete here. The 3 quadrillion killed stat is just blatant dishonesty, and I've covered that in another video. They literally count dead Nazis as part of that toll. And the civil rights argument is incorrect to say the least. If you're genuinely interested in the topic, then one book I'd recommend is Albert Szymanski's Human Rights in the Soviet Union, in which comparisons are drawn to the US as well. Great book, I highly recommend it. Regardless, I really dislike counting deaths, but if you really wanted to, capitalism within the last several decades has resulted in unparalleled limitations on human rights, and in hundreds of millions of premature or otherwise preventable deaths. This is not an argument in which capitalism comes out looking better or even good. It just goes to show how far gone some people like our baby boy Dennis really are.
How can we explain this? There are two ways. One is ignorance. People just don't know the truth about communism.
I agree. People don't know anything about communism because they hear nonsense like this every day. Right next to the 5th grade history book chapters about how Native Americans simply moved out to make room for settlers, there's entire chapters of Cold War lies and misconceptions on everything from what socialism and communism are to what the Soviet Union, Cuba, etc. were like and how those systems were set up. Think, there's a reason why they need to lie so much about both former and current socialisms. They're not perfect systems by any means, but a system supposedly so barbaric wouldn't require round-the-clock propaganda shoved down your throat to get that point across, now would it?
The second is willful blindness. People know the truth, but choose to ignore it because the truth about communism's horrors is too painful to confront.
But capitalism's A-okay, right?
Given the sad state of our educational system, we can assume most people fall into the first category, they just don't know. So let me offer some facts. But before I do, I need to address another question. Why is it important that everyone know what communism did? Here are 3 reasons. First, we have a moral obligation to the victims of communism not to forget them. Just as Americans have a moral obligation to remember the victims of slavery, we have the same obligation to the billion victims of communism, especially the 100 million who were murdered.
Oh, boo-hoo, Hitler and his buddies commit self-delete or found themselves with shrapnel lodged in their hippocampus. Those aren't victims, those are criminals. Also, billion victims? Is this just some generic statement? The population of China is higher than that, and the combined populations of former socialist nations weren't at 1 billion, depending on what area you're counting. It just seems strange and arbitrary, even more so than what we're used to with Prager urine. The 100 million is the usual rounding up at every turn, counting people who weren't born, extrapolating birth rates, and, need I remind you, counting dead Nazis as quote-unquote victims of communism, all of which isn't academically sound, nor is it even considered by any decent human being. I again refer you to the video I made on this here.
Second, the best way to prevent an evil from reoccurring is to confront it in all its horror. The fact that many people today, especially young people, mention communism as a viable option for modern society proves they don't know communism's moral record. Therefore, they do not properly fear communism, which means this evil could happen again. And why could it happen again? That brings us to reason number 3. The leaders of communist regimes and the vast number of people who help those leaders torture, enslave, and murder were nearly all normal people. Of course, some were psychopaths, but most were not.
I honestly don't know why I'm even bothering. If anyone watches this and doesn't have at least some level of critical thinking, some level of, maybe I'm just being a recipient of blatant, unsubstantiated propaganda right now, well then there's not much I can do to change that. Bombastic language, literal fire-breathing dragon iconography, of course continuing the long-standing anti-communist tradition of making communists seem cool as fuck, and just bad argumentation covered up by smooth editing betrays the fact that they pretty much don't respect whoever's watching and consider them idiots stupid enough to fall for this garbage.
Which means that any society, including free ones, can devolve into communism or some analogous evil.
Mentions free society, puts up an image of the US. The jokes really tell themselves, honestly.
Now some facts. Based on the authoritative Black Book of Communism,
Ding, 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 ding. The literal worst piece of scholarship on Soviet and socialist studies to exist, and believe me, there's a lot of garbage out there, is their primary source. How lovely. To get you up to speed, well, why don't I just quote part of the video I mentioned earlier? So why is the Black Book problematic? Well, how about a quick fire round? They count Nazi deaths in World War II as part of communism's death toll. This point alone is enough to condemn this book to the trash can. Not only this, but they count other things like civilian deaths that occurred as a result of the American invasion of Vietnam, through some strange logic, as part of the death toll of communism. Rigorous academics, these authors are. 2 of the main authors have admitted to having far lower estimates, nearly half as much as the widely publicized 100 million mark. So why publish under the sensationalist 100 million figure?
Good point.
It includes people who weren't born as deaths, because, that makes sense.
No, it
Basically,
doesn't.
fertility rates went down in, for example, a famine. A woman who would have had 4 kids now only had 2, because, again, having more kids in a famine is a bad idea. Those 2 kids that could have been born, but never really existed, victims of communism. I hope you see how fucking ridiculous this is. I recall somebody doing something similar with US fertility trends just for the meme and got something like 4 or 5 million excess deaths. It'd be hilarious if it weren't taken seriously. Outright invention of numbers, sometimes even throwing on 10, 20,000, or even 5 million deaths on a number just to be safe, practically pulling numbers out of their ass, unsourced of course. Counting pogromists that would round up and murder Jews, rightfully punished by the Soviets, as victims of communism, oh boy. And finally, the nail in the coffin is that 2 of the 3 main authors publicly distanced themselves from the book, saying that Courtois, the main author, had an unhealthy obsession with getting to the 100 million number. Again, evidence be damned. It's a propaganda piece, plain and simple. And funnily enough, it only reinforces how stupid of an argument it is. To quote Chomsky, supposing we now apply the methodology of the Black Book to India, that democratic capitalist experiment has caused more deaths than in the entire history of communism everywhere since 1917. Over 100 million deaths by 1979, and tens of millions more since, in India alone. Now that you're up to speed, let's see what Penis has to say.
Written by 6 French scholars and published in the United States by Harvard University Press.
A boring appeal to authority, the work has been academically torn apart and literally no modern researcher takes even part of it seriously, yet Penis here doesn't say anything about that now, does he?
Here are the numbers of people murdered by communist regimes. Not soldiers, ordinary civilians.
Nice to know literal SS officers and their goons aren't considered soldiers now. Ho, Dennis, who will you rehabilitate now? You'd think if, when arguing against a point, you'd start defending literal Nazis, just maybe you'd reconsider your position on what thought path led you to being in that unsavory place. Maybe.
Yeah.
Vietnam, 1 million. Eastern Europe, 1 million. Ethiopia, 1.5 million. North Korea, 2 million. Cambodia, 2 million. The Soviet Union, 20 million. China, 65 million. And the numbers are conservative.
Again, another blatant lie. Some of the authors admitted to inflating numbers, and the statistics of the book count imaginary people. I don't have the energy to detail all the numbers, so quick fire round. Vietnam, a war literally started by the US and other capitalist countries. Cambodia, literally supported by the US and finally stopped by, gasp, communist Vietnam. The USSR, inflated figures based on outdated research and counting of famine deaths during a time when the heavily economically sanctioned USSR wasn't even recognized as a country by the US, isn't exactly fair. When famines happen under capitalism, they don't fall under a capitalist death toll. So why the double standard? That's a rhetorical question. You know why. For China, there's a great article titled, Did Mao Really Kill Millions in the Great Leap Forward? That you can check out. Literally all the rest is along the same vein. If you're really interested, I've attached a link in the pinned comment to a master post with all the relevant info. Check out the further reading section.
And of course, these numbers do not describe the suffering endured by hundreds of millions of people who were not murdered. The systematic stripping people of their right to speak freely, to worship freely, to start a business, or even to travel without party permission. No non-communist judiciary or media.
The only one of these that can even be kinda fair is the worship freely part, and even that has so much nuance that it technically isn't true. Under socialism, you could criticize your manager and even get them fired. Under capitalism, you can't do that. Hell, you're not even guaranteed a job, a pension, sick leave, maternity or paternity leave, I could go on. Starting a business is an impossibility for the vast majority of people under capitalism, and even within the richest country on earth is little more than a pipe dream. Remember, a population that can't afford a $500 emergency will definitely not have the capital necessary to start a business. Traveling without permission is absolutely ridiculous. Many capitalist countries would simply refuse entry to people from, for example, the USSR or other socialist countries.
Which
Hell,
they
they
did
still
for
do that to
decades.
this day, even from other poorer capitalist countries. Furthermore, you could travel within the socialist sphere, and arguably more people travel that way, as travel, even today, is incredibly expensive. Also, this was a consequence of geopolitics of the era. This is nothing specific to socialism. The vast majority of people from the third world can't travel either, but I won't be as unfair as to say, capitalism limits opportunity to travel, despite the fact that technically it does. No access to a non-communist legal system and media can go the other way around. Under capitalism, you have no access to non-capitalist legal systems or media. None of this is the heavy criticism you think it is.
The poverty of nearly all communist countries.
Say it with me now. Under equal levels of economic development, socialist countries consistently provided a higher level of development than their capitalist counterparts. That's what the research states. Also, Dennis here pretends like capitalism is only Western Europe and North America. It's not. Dhaka, Mogadishu, and Lima are just as much capitalist as Oslo, LA, and Seoul. The hilariously sad part is that even within these capitalist havens, poverty is still a very real and ever-present issue. Half of South Korea's elderly are in poverty. 1 in 5 are in poverty in LA, for example, and that's with the soft guidelines for poverty the US provides. The real number is very likely to be much higher. This is reality, something Prager over here is not in touch with.
The imprisonment of vast numbers of people.
This is rich, coming from a country with the highest population of prisoners on Earth. The point doesn't even deserve elaboration, honestly. Just read The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander.
And of course, the trauma suffered by the hundreds of millions of friends and relatives of the murdered and imprisoned.
At the hands of US imperialism and fascist police violence at home. Being blind to one's own biases must be comforting.
People associate evil with darkness. That's not accurate. It is easy to look into the dark. It is very hard to stare into bright light. One should therefore associate evil with extreme brightness, given that people rarely look at real evil. And those who do not confront real evil often make up evils, like systemic racism in 21st century America, or toxic masculinity, or patriarchy, that are much easier to confront.
I'm sorry, what? What was that?
Excuse me? Patriarchy doesn't exist? Toxic masculinity? Dennis, what the fuck are you on about? They do exist. Patriarchy is fucking rampant. Trust me, I know, I'm a woman. I've experienced it in my life a few times now. So no, fuck that. You're talking nonsense. Christ almighty.
That now? Do people genuinely take this shit seriously? Systemic racism isn't an issue anymore. Toxic masculinity hasn't ruined millions of men in relation to their own self-image and how they relate to women and other men. Patriarchy just doesn't exist. I'd like to live on this guy's planet, holy shit.
The book of Psalms states, "Those of you who love God must hate evil."
Yeah, and the Bible also states, no one can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and money. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. You shall eat the fruit of the labor of your hands. You shall be blessed, and it shall be well with you. Sounds pretty socialist to me. Silliness aside, cherry-picking random Bible verses and not being true to your religious tradition is the mark of a hypocrite. And what does the Bible say about that? Whoever says he is in the light and hates his brother is still in darkness. As a staunch defender of capitalism, you are brazen about your hatred of mankind because you value profits over people's lives. Be a true Christian and fight through word or deed to dismantle this unrighteous system. Or continue to be a servant of usury and finance, up to you.
If you don't believe in God, here's another way of putting it. Those of you who love people must hate evil. If you don't hate communism, you don't care about, much less love, people.
Couldn't be further from the truth. We're the ones who want all to be fed, housed, educated, and within dignified employment. Hell, we achieved it. You're the one who values your stock portfolio over immigrants beckoning at your border, minimum wage employees, and single mothers. You're the one who bumps elbows with millionaires and billionaires, even receiving funding for this little farce of yours from them. Meanwhile, we fight for the rights of the powerless. To quote the Brazilian Archbishop Camara, when I feed the poor, they call me a saint. But when I ask why the poor are hungry, they call me a communist. And the video's done. If you take a look at their garbage sources, you'd find some opinion pieces about Vuvuzela, with the same old tired arguments, where they call pre-1959 Cuba a vibrant, modern island nation, completely omitting the massive illiteracy problem, lack of access to healthcare, how most Cuban peasants lived in straw huts, the fascist dictatorship, the mafia problems. There was a reason the rebels were so popular, you know. The next source they use is a book review of the Black Book of Communism from the year 2000. They do that intentionally because anything newer will ruthlessly point out the serious deficiencies of the book, rendering it basically a propaganda piece and not serious scholarship. The rest of the sources are just other PragerU videos with similar levels of rigorously academic sources. Basically either libertarian think tank opinion pieces, really outdated research that no one takes seriously, or just plain old trust me bro. I was gonna do 2 other PragerU videos right after this one in some kind of bundle, but I honestly can't handle any more of this. I did this to have fun. I did not have fun.
Holy fuck. Okay. What the hell?
He had cast iron integrity.
Whoops.
Was long-term. It was far-reaching, visionary in its scope, and revolutionary in its effects. He had cast iron integrity and a raging passion. This was a man who had no fear in standing up for what he believed in, and he made no bones about how he felt. This was a man who publicly stated no amount of cajolery and no attempts at ethical or social seduction can eradicate from my heart a deep, burning hatred for the Tory party. In today's political climate, where politicians are careful, tentative, scared of saying what they feel, for fear of alienating a part of the electorate, we're under the excuse of trying to appear electable. All parties drift into a morass of bland neutrality. And the real deals, the real values, we suspect, are kept behind closed doors. Is it any wonder that people feel there is very little to choose between? Bevan said, "We know what happens to people who stay in the middle of the road. They get run down." So when people are too scared to say what they really mean, when they're too careful to speak from their hearts, when integrity is too much of a risk, it's no surprise that people feel disengaged with politics. There is never an excuse to not speak up for what you think is right. You must stand up for what you believe. But first of all, by God, believe in something. Because there are plenty out there who believe in grabbing as much as they can for themselves, constantly sniffing around for markets to exploit, for weakness to expose. They won't say it, of course. They're too smart for that. No one says they want to get rid of the NHS. Everyone praises it across all parties. It is about as powerful a symbol of goodness that we have. So it would be too dangerous not to. But for decades now, there has nevertheless been a systematic undermining of its core values. This is beyond party politics. The Labour government arguably did as much damage to the NHS as any Tory or coalition-led one. This is about who we want to be as a nation and what we believe is worth fighting for. Too many people have given too much and fought too hard for us to give away what they achieved and to be left with so very little. To those across the whole party political spectrum, and to anyone in any position of power or authority, I ask you to search your heart and look at who and what you serve. To those who have discarded all principles save that of...
Hi, Elron. Welcome in. Great to see you. I haven't actually seen this speech before. I didn't actually realise that Michael Sheen was a socialist. Plus, he played one of my favourite characters, Aziraphale from Good Omens. Plus, he's played Bevan, for fuck's sake. So, I have a lot of time from... Plus, he's best friends with David Tennant. So, I approve of that.
Profit before all else. To those who have turned their backs on the very idea of a truly democratic society and aligned themselves to nothing but self-interest. To those who have betrayed the vision of equality and justice and compassion for all, that vision that provided the crucible from which came forth the National Health Service. I say to you, as an Irene Bevan said in Trafalgar Square in 1956, you have
I didn't know that.
The name
well done, Michael.
You have made us ashamed of the things of which formerly we were proud. You have offended against every principle of decency, and there is only one way in which you can even begin to restore your tarnished reputation. Get out! Get out!
That was fucking awesome. Yes, he was. I have no problem with people being comfortable, having a good base, having a nice home. I think he's in a cottage, actually. Cottages are beautiful. So I think he's in a cottage and he does a lot of good work. Yeah, I approve. Well done, Michael Sheen. Still haven't seen Frost Nixon. Maybe I should buy that DVD in the new year. Might come down in the January sales. I'm wearing my hair down tonight. Show how long and lovely it is. Let's see. Huh. Oh, we'll have a little bit of a laugh. Is that it?
Okay, so you're fighting Deadpool. Are you sure it's not Deadpool? Because you told me, you said skin tight red clothing and heals from any injury, and that's Deadpool. Where are you guys again? Britannia doesn't help me. There's a ton of different Britannias across different realities. Who were you there looking for? Eskimo. Oh, God. You guys found Bon. You would have been better off finding Escanor. Your death would have been quick. Bon's gonna... Oh, it's gonna hurt. I'm gonna let you go. Uh-huh. No, sorry. Okay, so you're fighting Deadpool. Are you... White hair and a sword. I literally just got off the phone with another Yautja, fighting someone with the same description. Are you fighting this person alone? Okay, can I get some more info about him? A robe? Is it like a black robe with a white robe over the top, down to their feet, wearing split-toe Japanese sandals over...
Two-bedroom flat. Ground or first floor? Ground floor. Oh, I want to laugh. I met my MP yesterday at a Christmas party. Got to sign her book and congratulate her on the text on his dairy, and it didn't work. It can't work. The day before, I hear Dave says, you don't need to say in case it docks where you are, but I'd love to know who your MP is. Mine's is Maureen Burke. Her constituency is rather large now, and she still hasn't set up her constituency office here. This is where the majority of our fucking constituents are. Me and my sister, who is nearly 4 miles away from me, we have the same MP now, which is daft. Oh my God, Angela Eagle. My deepest sympathies, Elron. I am so sorry. Policy. Okay. Like Glasgow, North East Glasgow's the actual constituency. Take a look at its size. It used to be a lot smaller. It used to be smaller. It isn't now. It is stupid big. I don't know why they've fucking done that. Don't we all? Sam? Hey, John.
Okay, it's not Captain Ukitake. Wizard hat holding a staff and the sword? It's not Gandalf. Is it a robe or is it not? A trench coat. How long is the sword? Does he have long white hair to the middle of his back and have one wing? You're fighting Sephiroth. What should you do?
You're fucked.
There's nothing you can do. White hair and a sword. I literally just got off the phone with another Yautja, fighting...
Seriously, I don't know anyone that could go up against Sephiroth. I really don't. Stupid fucking predators, you're fucked. Oh God, it's fucking amazing. I don't know how to respond. Oops. I'm not even attempting to spell his proper name. Sorry, Bevan. I think it's just... Ooh. Do you think that'll be fun? That's her fucking staff's jobs. That's her fucking job. You are her constituent. If you want to contact her, carry on. Until I get a fucking office address for her up here in Glasgow, where her actual fucking constituency is, I'm just sending her emails to our parliamentary website, to our parliamentary email address, essentially. So it's going to her office in Westminster. I don't want to do that. I want to visit her. I want to go to the constituency meetings. Look at her surgeries, essentially. So I can actually get her, tell her what we want. I'm like a local coordinator here. Well, not this flat where I am just now, down where I actually live. I actually managed to mobilise people in my local area. Quite proud of myself for that. I started doing it. I thought Richie was going to call it for around about our anniversary, which is towards the end of October. So I have no problem just bombarding her with emails at the minute. Oi, Maureen, you're meant to answer me. Even my previous Labour one, which was an SNP MP a bit back, so Willie Bain, Anne McLaughlin for this, Willie Bain, Labour, Anne McLaughlin, SNP, then Maureen Burke. She was a former councillor in Glasgow as well. She was a Bailey, so there's councillor, then there's Bailey, then there's the executive staff that work with the provost, essentially, for Glasgow, which is basically Glasgow's mayor. They're called provosts up here. So I've got 2 Baileys and a councillor now. So my 2 SNP ones, they're both Baileys. They're both, one of them's actually the head of the committee. So he does like a lot of good work. I like him. He is really good. I like Patrick. Good for him. He is really good for us. Okay, let's listen to this. There we go. A Newton Bevan.
And make the floods rejoice. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Phil George, and I'm the chair of the Arts Council of Wales. I've been asked before I say anything else to make this wonderful announcement that after this event, there will...
It's slightly different. Orchestran, welcome in, my darling. Belated happy birthday, by the way. I hope you had a fun time on Friday. Hope you got lots of lovely presents. That is quite a date you have your fucking birthday on. But I hope you had a good day. We're going to watch Michael Sheen. Right, so that's 7 years ago. This is Nye Bevan lecture. Christ, where's he? I can't remember where he actually is. He does, doesn't he? He has the passion, but he can also be very soft. There's quite a lot of similarities between the Welsh voice and the Scottish voice. We can both be very passionate people, and you'll hear it, obviously, when we're fired up, essentially. But we're also very soft-spoken, and we can enunciate, and we're very lyrical, I would say. That's why we keep on getting voted the best voice to have for call centres here in the UK. Scottish, especially Scottish women's voices, oddly enough. Because we can be very soft-spoken, but we can still be very clear and calming or informative. Like that. It's good. It's good. Yeah, I remember you telling me that always makes me laugh, darling. I don't have any family member on either side of my family that got their birthday on the 13th at all, which is weird, considering both sides of my family, there's quite a lot of us. There's a lot on my mum's side of the family.
Will be a collection on behalf of Gwernafydd Rugby Club. Our local team, who are raising funds to try and buy their ground, which is being put up for sale by the county council. We hope you will support this important community project. And what could be more fitting as an announcement when we're introducing Michael Sheen? You will all be familiar with Michael Sheen's extraordinary gifts as an actor. Acute intelligence, tenacious focus, perfect pitch in the voice, risk-taking, and daring. And he brings all those qualities to bear on his work as an activist, taking up social and political causes.
Tonight's drink of choice is Magners again, because it is a good cider. It is quite tasty. My favourite cider, oddly enough, is called Katie. It's by Thatcher's. It's Katy, not IE, like my name. But it is still Katie. And it is absolutely gorgeous. Love it. But Magners is quite good. I'll give the Irish their due. Oh, for fuck's sake. I do apologise if you can hear this wind. It's been like that all fucking day. It's been wild. So if you hear any whistling.
But in the unforgettable Passion in Port Talbot in 2011, both in creative direction and in his transfixing 72
Most things in cans make you burp, whether it's alcoholic or not. It's the carbon dioxide in it. We're basically equalising we're keeping our acid base constant, essentially, so we're getting rid of the extra carbon dioxide, which can it can make us slightly more acidic. So the burping is getting rid of the extra carbon dioxide, essentially. Can't be helped. Some people, it doesn't happen that badly for some people, and some people it's kind of medium. For people like me, kind of medium. But for like my sister, my younger sister, it makes her burp quite badly. So she sticks to like her white wine and her fizzy pink shit. Each to their own, of course. She can drink what she likes. My niece, they love light beers, essentially. Or if she can't get that, she usually just goes with bottles of Bud or bottles of X. But she always burps because she's got, I'll just say gut issues, let's just put it that way. I'll not explain anymore because I want to keep her confidence, essentially. I'm not too bad. Super hubby doesn't really burp at all when he's always drank cider. That's the only thing he drinks. He doesn't go to anything else. He hates lager with a passion. He can drink some ales in a pinch. He can't stand Guinness. Bit of a shame because when he first met me, I was a Guinness drinker. Don't get me wrong, I still like Guinness. I have it every now and again when I'm out in the pub. But he can't stand some of the stuff that I drink. Fair enough. Good for him.
Our performance. We also saw those other qualities of solidarity, of tenderness and humour.
The main one we go into in the city centre has Beck's on tap as well. It's their second bestseller. Their bestseller is Tenants. Funny that. You think it would it gets brewed here or something? Actually, to get to one of the main shopping centres for Glasgow, it is called The Forge. It's in Parkhead. You have to pass the brewery for Tenants. And also, if you're going to Celtic Park to go to a football match, you pass it as well. That's the bus I get. The 90. The service is shit. The bus is nice, the bus is green, the bus is electric, but the service levels are fucking crap. Thanks first, you fucking dickheads. God, it's been a couple of months since I've actually wrote to them. Maybe I should write to the Transport Committee for Holyrood and say to them, get first to behave themselves. Might be an idea. Or even better, write to the council and say, buy the fucking bus services. Go like Edinburgh. They own 75% of the transport in Edinburgh, and it's cheap. It is amazing, apparently. I've only used it a couple of times when I went through for entertainment reasons or shopping reasons. But we get taken for granted here in Glasgow. We get scalped at every fucking turn. First is basically gobbled up all the major routes, and they've neglected all the other ones. This area that I live in, it is the second densest area in Glasgow that doesn't get served properly at all. At all. That needs to change. That's why people like me exist. I wonder what sort of response I would get if I actually wrote direct to First Glasgow. That might be quite fun to find out.
Of concern for the vulnerable, which have characterised his campaigning on the NHS, steel jobs, and other issues where human.
One of my best friends was there. Naughty boy. He actually emailed me a few hours ago saying what had actually happened. Yeah, it was the League Cup final here, Elron. So Celtic won the League Cup, which is the smaller cup essentially. The main cup for Scotland is the Scottish Cup. And its final usually isn't until about May-ish. So we're fucking months away. Plenty of matches in the Scottish Cup before that final. Super Happy's youngest brother. His birthday is usually near the cup final, round about then. Second week of May, third week of May, somewhere in that sort of area. Yeah, I was reading a couple of stories about it earlier on. Yeah, sickening. For fuck's sake, please don't do that. We should be above this sort of nonsense by now, lads. Seriously. It's daft. I don't get it. Right, fair enough. Your team lost. Deal with it. You played your match. It ended 3-3 after the 90 minutes. There was fuck all goals in extra time. That's why I had to go to fucking penalties and we won 5-4 on penalties. Christ. And it was at Hampden, the National Stadium, essentially, which is in Tory Glen. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, yeah, don't fucking remind me. They're too close together. The police are still not going to be happy. They were kind of upset with this, the way the matches went and how right, we know what the final is. So the police were actually gearing up for nonsense to begin with. So hopefully there wasn't anything too major that happened. Bloody lip, stuff like that. Some argy. People are a little bit too drunk or people a little bit too pissed off that their team lost. Or a little bit too happy that their team won. Don't get me wrong, Celtic fans are just as bad as Rangers fans at times. I've seen it with my own eyes, for fuck's sake. So no. I try to stop it whenever I'm at a major match like that. Mind you, in saying that, I've not been to a cup final for fucking years. Last cup final that I was at was Celtic St Johnstone, fucking ages ago. We should be above that sort of nonsense. We really should. It's mostly Celtic fans up in this area where I am. Mostly. I think is it the same for you, Orchestran? I can't quite remember. Yeah. Christ, even the Dundee derby isn't that fucking wild anymore. It's mostly Celtic here, mostly. There's pockets of Rangers fans. My actual block, the block of 6 that I live in, there's one Rangers fan. My neighbour, she's amazing. I like her. She was watching the match today in the house. I was listening to it because I can't afford to get the match, essentially. So I listened to it. I was raging at Celtic half the time. I'm glad we won, though. I am glad we won. So that one's out of the way. Nerdy match next. Elrond, the match that we're talking about is the standard Old Firm match, which usually happens around about New Year's Day or Nerdy. So it's in a couple of weeks' time. Oh, your poor doggo. That was probably Celtic fans setting the fireworks off to celebrate. Perth is a mix between St Johnstone, some Rangers fans, and a little bit of Celtic. Like my stepdad, he's a Celtic fan, and he's born and brought up in Perth. Yeah. Doesn't really happen up here, actually. And even if it did happen up here, I wouldn't have been able to hear it because of this This nonsense. They wouldn't have been able to do it properly if the wind was that fucking high anyway. Okay, let's get to Michael Short. Michael Sheen.
And dignity and equality of respect are being challenged and sometimes neglected. Watching and working with Michael in the last few years, I've been struck by the way he sticks with people and goes on listening to them. He has a deep commitment to those in our industrial, post-industrial and urban communities who have lost proper, secure jobs, seen their collective power drain away, and suffered declining public services. He is on a journey to understand new ways forward, new ways of building strength in community, and new ways of affirming our common humanity. We have much to learn from him. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, to give the Aneurin Bevan Lecture 2017, please welcome Michael Sheen.
Okay, before this legend starts, I'll be back momentarily. And if anyone knows any weather spells to stop that fucking nonsense, please tell me them. Oh my god, I'd fucking love that. He's more than welcome. He can come up and we can adopt him. He can be our national treasure as well. Remember, his best friend's David Tennant. Pretty sure we can adopt him. Here we go.
Thank you very much. A prophet, great in anger and mighty in desire. His words shall move the mountains and make the floods rejoice. and the people of his passion shall lift the golden voice. A prophet out of Gwalia shall rouse the heart again, give courage to the bosom and beauty to the brain. Those are the words of the great Idris Davis from his poem Out of Gwalia. And they're words that have always seemed fitting to describe the force of nature that was Aneurin Bevan. Less a politician, more a projectile, explosively discharged from the Welsh valleys. A visionary, a disruptor, a bloody difficult man. For many years, when I was growing up in Port Talbot, for a few weeks each summer, I would travel all the way to Cardiff to take part in rehearsals for the annual National Youth Theatre of Wales production. It was like getting a cap for Wales, like playing for my country, although it did involve wearing slightly more makeup. If I'm honest, never having been capped, I can't swear to the truth of that, but I'm going to go with my gut. Anyway, in the city centre of Cardiff, there was a statue of the great man himself, Aneurin Bevan, stood there, captured forever.
Wow!
In a moment of dramatic gesture, pointing with fierce determination at the shops he now found himself surrounded by. So as a young teenager, I knew the grand architect of the National Health Service as the "don't go to Pizza Hut" man, which is how he was only ever referred to at that point. Now, at this point, I feel I should say there are, of course, many other fast food chains that I feel sure Aneurin Bevan, if he could but choose, would admonish you to avoid.
Good for him.
Well, he still stands there today, dynamic and defiant, but thankfully my awareness of his contribution to the history of our nation has expanded a little more. Now, I'm no expert by any means, and I'm relatively new to this whole game of talking about politics and social issues and the like, but the NHS, what the hell is that all about? Healthcare for everyone, based on individual need and not the ability to pay, and free at the point of delivery. The audacity of it, the mind-boggling ambition of it, a truly socialist policy right at the very heart of the day-to-day life of everyone in this country. And next July, it will have occupied that revered place for 70 years. And it is loved passionately, with a ferocity of feeling that puts the fear of God into anyone who wants to mess with it. No wonder the Tories hate it. For them, every day since the 5th of July, 1948, it's been like a slap in the face on a cold day in Tredegar.
Oh, cool.
From day one, there's been complaints about how much it costs. 70 years of trying to find ways around it, to take it apart secretly, with a bit of help from New Labour around the turn of this century. Of course, it can't be a full frontal attack. It has to be hollowed out from within, stretched beyond what it can cope with, demoralized and forced against the ropes. But it just keeps fighting back. Because the NHS will last as long as there are folk left to fight for it. Now, Bevan himself,
people like me. Over my dead body will they privatise it. It's our NHS. Yeah. I was talking to my sister earlier on, just before kick-off, about an hour before kick-off, so about the back two. and she was explaining to me about her trials and tribulations being a community nurse. It is. It is a bit top heavy. I've been meaning to ask you, darling, would you like to be a mod? You don't need to be if you don't want to. I will literally fight to my death to protect the NHS. They're not going to fucking take it away from me. They're fucking not. It does, yeah. Blood scandal. The spate of maternity mortality, both the mother and the child. Truly sickening. Just fucking fund it properly, you ghouls. Oh, that's fine, darling, honestly. Any help you can give when you're around, I'd love that. There's no obligation whatsoever if I make you a mod. So I just want backup. But no, there's no obligation at all whatsoever. Hang on. What is it? There you go. Oh. There you go, type again. See if the swords appeared. Oh, it's that one. Right.
Bevan himself is often quoted as having said that, when in fact it was a fictionalized version of himself who spoke those words in a play written by Trevor Griffiths. But it doesn't change the fact that it's true, and that there are still plenty of people ready to fight for it. Because it stands for something.
It does. Yes.
Everything we held dear, every value, every belief, every precious life was being threatened by the rise of fascism. Hitler and his Nazi army tried to crash over us like a tsunami of bigotry and ignorance and murderous hatred, and we stood together. Every single part of our nation, side by side, working for each other, giving what we could when it was needed, sacrificing for the greater good, bonded together in common purpose, and that common purpose triumphed. Love and unity conquered hate and division. And as we emerged from those dark days, a new Labour government sought to build on that experience of collective solidarity. Out of the slavering jaws of a nightmare, something truly beautiful was born. The vision of a new social compact that would embody the strength of a whole nation working together for the benefit of all. The lessons we had learned from that terrible war would now be applied to our hard-won and most precious peace. And as part of that wider vision of universalism put forth by the Attlee government of 1945, our National Health Service is a symbol of all that. Those values and all that they cost to champion them lie deep in its DNA. And that is why the identity of this country is so closely tied to the health of our NHS. There is an interdependence between the people of this country and the National Health Service that holds all of those values that so many died to defend. Bevan said, Greek mythology had it that each tree was inhabited by a spirit called a dryad, I believe, which died
Correct.
when the tree died. The pit is to the mining village what the tree is to the dryad. When the pit dies, the village dies too. When the pit is ill, the village groans.
Elron Clinical Care Group. It's called, it's a trust up here. It's the NHS Greater Glasgow Trust. It's trust status up here in Scotland, but it's a clinical care group in England. Or governance, yeah. But that's the model. It's usually called a clinical care group for. I call them trusts just for the entire UK. Essentially, they're health trusts. Yeah, I've talked to lovely English comrades before in either Kev or Helena's chat, and some of them, obviously, there's a good few disabled people like us, and they hate their clinical care groups, and I quite understand why. I'm pretty sure Nye Bevan's probably spinning in his fucking grave.
Each is interwoven with the life of the other. Well, I suggest that the NHS is, to this country, what in Bevan's description, the pit was to the village. The NHS is ill, and the country is groaning. And it cannot be coincidence that at the very same time, a new, old spectre is haunting Europe. The spectre of fascism. That new social compact of 1945 wasn't just born out of the experience of the war. It was also a reaction to the hardships and suffering of the years leading up to it. Bevan said that he was haunted by the knowledge of the fine men and women whose lives were broken by the long years of unemployment and poverty that shadowed the Welsh valleys in those years between the wars. In 1919, just 2 years after the Russian Revolution, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George had admitted to the leaders of the Miners' Federation of Great Britain, the transport workers and the railwaymen, that if they were to strike, his government would be at their mercy. It seems the country was only spared a workers' revolution by those leaders not being prepared to take over the functioning of the state. The general strike of 1926 revealed the lengths this country would go to fight against the exploitative working conditions forced upon them in the pursuit of profit. The Great Depression particularly affected mining and other industrial areas with unemployment, low wages, and longer hours, all adding to the sense of social unrest. And so that new post-war collective vision was also a realization that the people of this country deserved better. They deserved greater protections and a fairer economic deal. And that, in turn, that would lead to a more cohesive, a more harmonious society. People would be happier. What's happened to that fairer deal? Where is that vision of unity and common purpose now? Why have dangerous and divisive voices that haven't had such sway since the last war been able to move out from the shadowy edges into the mainstream of political discussion? Why are some people so angry and so ready to be led by that anger? Because that vision that the NHS was born out of, that new, fairer social compact, that interdependence that was discovered through the sacrifices of war, it has been broken and it has been betrayed. One of the greatest failures of economic and political thought of the last 40 years has been the abandonment of humanity to the baser impulses of the market. Those impulses have broken beyond their national bonds and voraciously opened up entirely new global opportunities to massively fill the pockets of a few, while the rest are told that this will be good for everyone. Inequality has increased beyond anyone's imagining. And trust for those who should be in charge of keeping things fair has evaporated. A complacency must have set in somewhere. Bred, perhaps, by the very safety and security that our war against fascism had made possible, and that our new post-war social compact had tried to protect with its humane and people-centered vision. But eventually it just became too tempting. Once the blasts of war,
why am I not surprised?
The Nazis had faded far enough into the past, then all the benefits that safety and security had shored up on behalf of the people began to look all too much like glittering treasure, just waiting to be plundered. Instead of the many sacrificing for the greater good of all, the many became the sacrifice, all for the greater good of the few. It's a hugely delicate balancing act to keep the economy working to favor the interests of the few while trying to appear like you're on the side of the many. It's a real trick. And that trick creates its own secret culture within a culture, with its own rules and language and norms, mostly unspoken.
Whoops. We can see through their tricks, though, can't we? We know what they should be doing. We keep on telling them at every fucking turn. Christ, some of us have been screaming into the void since we've been fucking teenagers. This mug. Did you? Dear God. You alright after it? My mum's went up against her trust up in Perth a few years ago, a good few years ago now actually, at the working conditions for the midwives in the community midwife unit up in Perth. And she wasn't taking any of their crap. She was one of the longest serving midwives in the Perth maternity unit, and she stood up for everyone. My mum is amazing. She wanted the best for her work colleagues, for the junior midwives and her other midwives, and the obstetricians and gynecologists that worked at the unit, plus the mums, plus the pregnant people, and the babies. She stood up for all of us, for all of them. She was amazing. She actually got them to shift in some of their practices. Well done, Mum. She is amazing. So praise be my mum. She wasn't taking any of their BS.
Occasionally made explicit, if necessary, where it's insisted that in order to give the rich incentive to work harder, now they must be paid more. But to make the poor work harder, they have to be paid less. Where it's believed that you mustn't let people become too comfortable in their poverty, or they'll never want to leave.
Metaphorical sledgehammer to that gate, of course. Metaphorical sledgehammer. Fuck off with the gatekeeping. Metaphorical sledgehammer. No violence to people. Outright violence and condemnation of the gatekeeping practices. They need demolished. Years ago. Not that ways. God, I hate that little troglodyte. Fuck.
Leave it. You see, that's the problem. The problem is that people enjoy the effects of poverty too much. So you have to give them a hard but fair kick in the face just to get them moving. I mean, good God, when the miners were striking in 1926 over cuts to their pay, even the king, George V, said, try living on their wages before you judge them. Where the benefits of a more flexible labor market, otherwise known as the gig economy, and a place of 0 hours contracts are in fact an invaluable strength, and policymakers are urged to retain and even enhance flexible forms of work. Remember, the flexible workforce was a mantra of the labor years too. Never mind that it entails the undermining of unions and collective action, gets rid of protections against unfair dismissal, holiday pay, sick pay, redundancy pay, paid rest breaks, and the right to the national minimum wage. No, they like it. They do. We're told we shouldn't take for granted the strengths of a British economy that has an unemployment rate lower than at any point since 1975. And overall poverty figures have remained flat since 2010.
I checked that in 2017, the unemployment rate was 4.5%. The current unemployment rate in the UK is 3%. The unemployment rate up here in Scotland is 2.4%. So the unemployment rate is lower than it was 7 years ago now. So they don't have a fucking leg to stand on. Give us a fucking decent wage, you bastards. I keep on saying, both in Kev's chat and Helena's chat, bare fucking minimum £15 an hour. The more highly skilled the job is, the better the pay. So like, I'll take my sister as an example here. She should be on over 30 quid an hour for doing her standard hours, then time and a half for overtime, and double time for holiday pay. So say she has to work on Christmas Day this year, which she does, she should be getting as a minimum £55 an hour. Because who the hell would want to give up their Christmas Day that they would want to spend with their family, with their partner and their 2 boys? She deserves it, the amount of work that she fucking does. She's fucking knackered. She runs the household mostly. Don't get me wrong, her partner helps out as well. But she's the main breadwinner now. She brings in the bigger wage. It needs to be bigger. It does. So she can actually get on the proper ladder. There's actually a decent hope for her and her partner to actually get a mortgage and get a decent house, actually. She's still in a council house. Hers is literally a council house. It's still run by the council up there. Wow. Council still own housing. Fucking amazing. Mine isn't owned by the council anymore. Glasgow sold off their housing. It's owned by a housing association. First it was owned by Glasgow Housing Association, which owned all previous council properties across Glasgow when we first moved. Well, me and Super Hubby, we were the last in the close that we live in. We were the last council tenants. We actually signed our tenancy agreement, our missive. We actually signed with Glasgow City Council Housing. So we were lucky. We were one of the last few thousand in Glasgow that actually signed with the council. Wow. So our rent is one of the cheapest, definitely in Glasgow, probably in Scotland. Yeah. Well, if we were to move into another property that the housing association owns, our rent's 181 a month. But if we moved into an equivalent flat, like a 1-bedroom flat, ground floor, near local bus routes, blah blah blah, it would probably go up to about 340 or 350 a month. So it would nearly double, essentially. So we're the last one in our close that pays less than £200 a month in our rent. When we signed with our council, our rent was £98 a month. Christ. I can't even imagine that now. That's fucking mental. That is low, yes. Well, 181 is still fucking low. Even for housing association housing here in Glasgow and a good portion of Scotland.
But the
Whoops.
fact is that in work, poverty figures are soaring. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, more than 7 million people are living in poverty despite being part of a working family. That includes over 2.5 million children. So the old feckless, work-shy, poor line of thinking doesn't hold up so well anymore.
It doesn't. That is correct.
The best way out of poverty as a job is ringing a little bit hollow too.
229's not too bad. My niece up in Perth, hers is 329. Hers is 100 more than yours. And hers is essentially a studio flat. I guess 400 isn't too bad. The flat that we've been decanted to, which is a furnished 2-bedroom flat in a high rise, is 520 a month. But it's actually quite a decent size. This would be like for a family, so a mum and dad and possibly 2 kids. Because there's 2 single beds in the bedroom that Super Happy sleeps in. I'm in the main bedroom with the double bed because it's a better mattress. It's a firmer mattress for my spine, for my back and my hips. I suppose 520 is okay. I guess.
Matthew Taylor, the man the government has appointed to do a report on modern employment, said last month that the critical issue on workers' rights was whether flexibility was two-way or one-way. He said two-way flexibility is great, and we shouldn't do anything in our review to reduce it. What we need to tackle is one-way flexibility, where people feel they have to be available for work, but are not guaranteed work. There is a quid pro quo about flexibility, where it benefits the individual and organization, and it's not simply about the transfer of risk. Because today, inequality is not just about a transfer of money from the poor to the wealthy. It's also about a transfer of risk from the wealthy to the poor. All the risk is heaped
There's a whisper for you, sweetie.
Onto the unprotected by those who are the most protected. And it's a lot easier to do that when you don't have to walk down the same streets and look them in the face. Bevan said, free people can use free institutions to solve the social and economic problems of the age if they are given the chance to do so. If they are given the chance to do so. That's a very big if now. How free can you really be when you're weighed down by ever-increasing personal debt? If you're being preyed on by exploitative high-cost credit and rent-to-own companies because that's all that's available for the likes of you. When the less you have, the more you pay. Are you really being given a sporting chance when you're not allowed to play on a level playing field? At the Conservative manifesto launch recently, Theresa May made a promise to take back control of EU structural funds and use them to strengthen our union and reduce inequalities between our communities. And that's the same Conservative Party that set aside £300 million of Whitehall cash to help local councils deal with the drastic changes to local government funding that were being meted out. So, of course, that money would go to those areas being hardest hit, the ones losing their public services and amenities, the ones where the people are really struggling. No. Only last year, it was revealed that that money would overwhelmingly go to such counties as Surrey, Hampshire, Hertfordshire, and West Sussex.
Tory heartlands.
Why are some people so angry and so ready to be led by that anger? Those who have money have power. Those who represent those with money have access to that power. And together, they will always tend to try and keep things that way. The history of power in this country has not been one long story of powerful interests spreading their power around willingly, as and when the poor and dispossessed ask for it. The Sutton Trust report of last year revealed that although only 7% of the population attended independent fee-paying schools, across all the top jobs in our country, they were massively overrepresented. 71% of top military officers, 74% of top judges, 51% of leading print journalists, 61% of top doctors, half the government cabinet, and so on. Again, why are some people so angry and so ready to be led by that anger? Bevan said, it is an axiom enforced by all the experience of the ages that they who rule industrially will rule politically. So, who rules industrially today? Well, clearly things have moved on since 1919 and that meeting between Lloyd George and the workers' leaders. There was a similar scare in the 1970s when the National Union of Mine Workers was deemed to have become too powerful and eventually led to Margaret Thatcher declaring all-out war on unions in general and the NUM in particular. The miners' strike of 84-85 became what looks, in retrospect now, like a final stand to defend not just meaningful representation for miners, but for workers generally, for the communities that they built, and for the very concept of togetherness that had given rise to that precious post-war vision of solidarity in the first place. Suddenly, there was no such thing as society. Since turning away from investing in the so-called real economy based on those great manufacturing industries of our past, we have increasingly turned towards the more rarefied and opaque world of the financial services industry, where the all-powerful and all-knowing market rules, where regulation is the great oppressor, and self-interest ultimately serves all. Well, the financial crisis of 2008 seemed to expose all the flaws inherent to those beliefs. Those same old baser motives of the market led to the pursuit of profits on an almost unimaginably avaricious scale. A combination of weak regulation, governmental blindness, and the willingness to reduce people to mere numbers on a spreadsheet, to be manipulated and exploited, meant that the Western economy almost came crashing down around our ears. Only by bailing out the banks and other parts of the financial industry with colossal amounts of taxpayers' money were we able to stave off global disaster. So you'd think that there would have been a collective realization at that point that things had gone very wrong somewhere. That the drift away from that post-war vision of interdependence had led us to a really bad place. An almost catastrophic place. And perhaps we should reevaluate the Thatcherite worship of market forces and the logic of capital and the restructuring of industry around ever more ruthless efficiency measures, regardless of how it affects actual people, away from the...
Yes, he was. He worked for Goldman Sachs. Delightful. Plus, his in-laws are one of the richest families in India. Man was a fucking billionaire when he got voted in. Thanks, Richmond. That must be one of the posher places in Yorkshire. Go just fuck off. Don't get I'm not being racist or anything. I absolutely despise the man because of his politics and what he's done to our country. I really just want him to fuck off. Him and Manfrog.
Attitude of what does it matter if people are having a hard time, if the economy is doing well. But you know what actually happened? Not that. What actually happened in this country was that Labour got the blame for spending too much. There was a general election where the Labour Party decided not to correct that total misunderstanding of what happened. They lost. The new government said that because of the deficit, we would have to be subjected to austerity measures, ranging from the grossly cruel and punishing to the mildly annoying and irksome, depending on which part of the country you live in. Then we got Brexit, then we got Trump, and then Theresa May said it might be a good idea to start putting workers on boards. And then she changed her mind about it.
Yes, she did.
The past was erased. The erasure was forgotten.
Yes, it did, darling. It started with her. She used us as fucking guinea pigs. Thanks, Maggie. God, I despise that woman. I'm still with Frankie Boyle. Just give all of us a shovel and we can dig our way down and hand her back personally. That would have been fun. There you go, take your fucking bitch back.
The lie became the truth. George Orwell, from 1984. When those at the top have a vision of society that has people at its heart, and that humane vision forms the basis of their policy, then that humanity spreads throughout the whole society. When those at the top...
Not saying that you're old or anything, sweetie. Not at all. You lived longer under her than I did. I was born 3 months later. She became Prime Minister. My stepdad jokingly says it's my fault. I appeared into the world. Then she became Prime Minister. Thanks, stepdad. Just because I was born doesn't mean that. No, you're not. No, you're not. Old is subjective. Christ's sake, I asked my NB sweetie. She says she feels old. She only turned 25 last Tuesday, for fuck's sake. Medically speaking, I could be classed as old. Could be classed as old. It depends on how I'm feeling. My GP doesn't say so. He said just because you've got these health conditions doesn't mean you're not your actual age. Thanks, Dr. Verma. I appreciate that. You're an amazing man. Thank you. But I do feel old sometimes. I do. Always being in pain of some description, or stiff, or downright agony at times, or getting downright pissed off by these high winds. Seriously, they're really fucking grating on me now. My mum doesn't feel old, she says. She was 70 this year, back in April. She feels ill and worn down because 70. Understandable, really. There's 3 daughters and a granddaughter and 2 grandsons and a younger granddaughter who's going to be 9 in January. So I can see why she would feel old. My God, you went through your teenage years with her in power. Fuck that noise. Like I said, I was a little girl because I was born in 79. So I was baby, little girl up until it was 1990, wasn't it? So I was 11 when she stopped being Prime Minister. When she stepped down, then we got Blair, then we got Major. So I was basically a little girl. But all my cousins older than me, they were all teenagers. So they all lived through their early working careers essentially with her in power, and they fucking despised it. They hated it, a good few of them. So they're probably of the same mind as you, Orchestran. I remember her being in power, don't get me wrong, but because I wasn't actually working, having to deal with that side of life, because little girl, but I still had to deal with some of her other nonsense and stuff. So, but Mum had to deal with it. Obviously, she was 25 when she had me. So, I've seen that one. It's actually quite fun.
See people merely as numbers, as votes, monetary units, commodities, figures on a chart, anything but living and breathing human beings who love and who hope and who suffer, then that dehumanization leaks out and trickles down and festers among us all like a poisonous mold. We perceive everything around us in terms of how it all relates to what we are in ultimate pursuit of. If I want to cut a package open and have nothing sharp to hand, I go into my kitchen and I start looking around for a knife. And as I move around the kitchen, I judge everything I see by its potential knifiness. Because of my particular aim, getting that package open, everything I see is reduced to whether it helps me achieve that aim or not. Regardless of how many other wonderful, useful qualities those things in my kitchen may contain, if they can't help me get that package open, they are of no use to me. Now, if my aim is purely to make as much profit as I can, to increase shareholder value above and beyond all else, if that is what everything around me incentivizes me to do, then how am I being encouraged to view you?
My deepest sympathies, darling, honestly.
How does that shape my relationship to the community around me? What am I helping to turn this country into? The Austrian psychotherapist Alfred Adler said, "It is the individual who is not interested in his fellow men, who has the greatest difficulties in life and provides the greatest injury to others. It is from among such individuals that all human failures spring." If you don't start with people, then you shouldn't start at all. Empathy, fellow feeling, compassion. No matter where we might end up, these must always be where we start from. If we can't begin by connecting with basic human experience, no matter what side of an argument we're on, no matter where our political allegiances lie, if compassion and empathy don't form the foundation of our decision-making progress, then how can any of those decisions be trusted? Now, this doesn't mean that there aren't really hard calls to be made around very difficult and very complicated issues. But it is a warning against making those decisions or forming those opinions by turning off our ability to empathize. No matter how justified our feelings of anger, no matter how keen our sense of betrayal, because compassion is not something we can switch on and off. Anything that involves human beings anywhere should concern us. Now, how we respond to those concerns depends on all kinds of things. How it relates to our priorities, whether we can actually be effective, whether or not it's appropriate to respond at all. But if we don't at least begin from a place of empathy and compassion, no matter who it affects, no matter where they may come from, then where's our cutoff point? Maybe it starts with a different country, but then where's next? Different part of our own country? Different town? Street? A different family member? The saying, charity begins at home, doesn't mean that we should only be charitable to our nearest and dearest, which of course means it's not charity at all. It means that we develop our capacity for compassion by giving and receiving it to those we already love. So then we can take it out into the world and practice compassion beyond the confines of our own front door. Now, empathy is difficult. It needs encouragement. It needs support. To imagine a day-to-day life in circumstances other than our own is not easy. To dare to travel beyond our own personal borders can be a frightening thing. What we already know makes us feel safe. To go beyond the known, to imaginatively and emotionally enter the life of another person, can sometimes take an act of courage. In the long past, the church saw acting as a sin. For attempting to persuade others that they could inhabit multiple lives, they were performing an act of blasphemy. God has given us one soul, they said. To pretend otherwise is heresy.
Oops.
A transgression. But it is that same imaginative transgression that is the source of empathy. To look out from behind the eyes of another, just for a moment, and be forever changed.
Excuse me?
That is how we connect. That is how we build bridges between our separated lives. That is how we unite division. Now, I wonder what possible interest those in power might have in dissuading people from uniting through empathy. It's almost like a divided people might be better for those in power. Like a people who see each other as the enemy, entrenched in their own tribal factions, might allow the real elites to go unchecked and unnoticed. The super wealthy and powerful that you never see, whose lives are fiercely protected from anything like the prying eyes of the mucky-faced public. They can then quietly continue to pull on the levers of power and dictate the circumstances of all our lives. In her book, Wave in the Mind, the writer Ursula K. Le Guin said, "The exercise of imagination is dangerous to those who profit from the way things are, because it has the power to show that the way things are is not permanent, not universal, not necessary. The storyteller is the truth teller." So, how are our storytellers faring today? Well, earlier we heard how the Sutton Trust report has revealed that when it comes to representation, some stories are more equal than others. How people from certain economic backgrounds get to tell their stories loudly and on the most important stages all across our society, while those from less advantaged backgrounds, well, their stories are quite a bit quieter and get heard a lot less. Access to the arts and culture is increasingly being restricted to the privileged few, as drama, dance, and music gets cut from more and more state schools. Unpaid internships are the only way to get a foot in the door across a lot of the industry, and only for those who can afford to work for nothing. The national press is in the ownership of a handful of ideologically driven billionaires, while local journalism has been all but totally neutered. According to the National Union of Journalists, as of 2015, 150 local titles had closed since 2008, as the country's big four local media groups cut costs in the face of declining advertising revenue. Martin Moore of the Media Standards Trust said, as these papers close, or as they're hollowed out, closing local offices and running news gathering from a hub in a city miles from people's lives, we are gradually creating a serious democratic deficit. You need professional journalists holding people to account, he said. There used to be a career route for young reporters on local papers to move to nationals, bringing regional knowledge and a respect for their area. Now, there are many national journalists who skip that stage altogether, which is one of the reasons the national media, and to some extent Westminster itself, can seem out of touch with the rest of the country. The most hardened warriors throughout history, from Alexander the Great to General James Mattis, have all understood that it's dangerous to limit the information at your disposal. They've known the importance of having people around them unafraid of giving them the news they don't want to hear, who come up with creative ideas that challenge their assumptions, that burst their bubble, because they know that their survival depends on it. We mustn't allow ourselves to be told what to think or what to feel by the same old voices. We have to dare to be challenged, to look for other opinions, and not just the ones that reinforce what we already think. We can only become more strong and more resilient by it. If the people who tell our stories increasingly come from only one kind of background, have only one kind of story to tell, then we will stop listening. Perhaps we already have. If our stories don't reflect the broad spectrum of our lives as a nation, then we will have a nation that doesn't feel listened to. And that is a dangerous situation to be in. Bevan said that a political leader in a democracy must articulate the wants, the frustrations, the aspirations of the masses. Their hearts must be moved by his words. So his words must be attuned to their realities. The NHS didn't spring from the mind of one man fully formed. It wasn't conjured up by a committee in some metropolitan office HQ. Fundamental to an understanding of why the National Health Service has worked so well and for so long is recognizing that it emerged from a model rooted in the realities of a local community. That model was the local community self-help scheme run by the Tredegar Workmen's Medical Aid Society. Every part of that community had come together to address their very real needs and to find a workable solution. Out of this, they established the Tredegar Park Cottage Hospital. Funding came from all over Tredegar, local industry and employers, donations from individuals and public donations. But above all, it came from the men employed in the pits who agreed to have money from their wages deducted each week to keep it maintained. And Bevan was its management committee's chairman. The principle of universal donation during fitness, for universal provision during illness, grew out of the realities of that Tredegar community and went on to become what has been described as the most far-reaching piece of social legislation in British history. When he created the NHS, Bevan said, all I'm doing is extending to the entire population of Britain the benefits we had in Tredegar for a generation or more. We are going to Tredegarize you. The NHS was innovative and it was visionary, but above everything else, it grew out of the real experiences of people. They weren't given a list of boxes to tick. They weren't given a bunch of targets to meet. They weren't told what was best for them by people who didn't know them. They recognized the need because it was their own. They got the tools to find a solution, and they came together to make it happen. Now, I've heard different versions of that same story happening all over our country today. It's happening in Bromley by Bow. In the early 1980s, a rundown church in a poor area of London opened a small cafe in their church hall, right opposite the local school. They started listening to the single mums who would come in for a cup of tea after dropping their kids off. And things began to happen. Over the years, it's grown and developed and turned into the most innovative, forward-looking NHS health and community centre I have ever seen. It delivers services in a totally holistic and revolutionary way because it has placed people and their lived experiences firmly at the center of every single choice and decision they make. It's happening in Birmingham. A young woman named Imi wanted to find someone to start a conversation with about how to make her city a better place to live. That conversation started at one small table upstairs at a coffee shop and has been growing and growing ever since. Imi and her friends have gone from being laughed at and derided by the city establishment to now being sought out for advice and help by those very same people. They've established the Impact Hub, Birmingham, to give a platform to the movement they're now a part of, where innovative solutions are being developed around systemic challenges for their city and beyond. It's like a Willy Wonka chocolate factory for good ideas. And it grew out of the real experience of people who want to make where they live a better, happier place. And it's happening.
I found where you live. That shouldn't be a problem if you're okay. Christ, bloody wind. Huh.
In Preston, the local council are bringing key local institutions together, institutions that form anchors for the Preston area, and encouraging them to coordinate around community wealth building. Just like that Tredegar model. People and organisations with real skin in the game who are in Preston for the long haul, the councils, the colleges and universities, the hospitals, the police force, are being empowered to work together, using a cooperative model to tackle inequality. They are ensuring the economic development of the place they live in is shared more equally among its residents. And it's working. You can tell that by seeing how many other city representatives are stepping off the train at Preston Station these days to take a look. All these versions of the same story are working because they have a common purpose. They are all responding to the realities of people's actual needs. That is how they grow. That is why they're effective. And that can't happen overnight. It takes more than a few visits with a clipboard. It takes time. And it takes commitment. But it also takes encouragement. Needs can be difficult things to voice. Sometimes it can feel like admitting weakness. I need help. I'm needy. The nation that fought and defeated the Nazis is not a nation altogether comfortable with what can feel like admitting weakness. It's a nation that keeps calm and carries on. A nation of decent, hard-working, ordinary people. A natural pride in resilience and straightforwardness can too easily start to become a tyranny that forces complicated people with complicated lives into a silent conformity that still allows them to qualify as ordinary. Well, there's no such thing as ordinary. I'm not ordinary, nor are you. There's not one ordinary person in here. There's not one out there either. Complexity is not the sole.
I'm not ordinary. I can guarantee you that. I am not ordinary. Oh, just look at me. I'm getting scared and pissed off by that wind. I pity poor Mary Poppins if she's out in that. She's probably being blown to hell and gone. Seriously, wild. Ugh. It is not normalcy, it is normality. That is the actual word. There's no such thing as normal. Some things could be described as ordinary. Don't describe people as ordinary. We are not ordinary. None of us are. We're all unique in our own different ways. There is weird. I'll give you that. There is weird. There is psychotic, and there is psychopathic and sociopathic. Try to describe what our politicians are. Some of them are sociopaths. Most of them are psychopaths. They know what they're doing is wrong, but they still fucking do it. Some of them are sociopaths. They do it because they want to do it, and it's good for themselves, essentially. And all the ones who are actually like that, booted. Some of them, I'm not saying who. Take your pick, there's a few of them in the cabinet. Frying pan to the face. That might actually shut them up. I'm not entirely sure it would get them to do the correct thing, of course, but at least it would feel cathartic actually hitting them in the face with a frying pan. Christ, who do we need to get rid of? Good few of them. Yeah. A good few of them. Frying pan to the face to some of them on the opposition benches is too kind, too gentle. I'll again say Take your pick from the shadow cabinet. There's plenty of them. Well, thank God there's not that much to choose from. They absolutely got fucked. They deserve it, of course. They are Tories. They really don't give a fuck about the ordinary people of this country. They don't. Frank pan to the face to some of the shadow cabinet. Too kind. I'll go with Kev on this. Trebuchet. That might be quite fun, actually.
Property of privilege. We all feel things we think we shouldn't, and don't feel things we think perhaps we should. We all have thoughts now and again that scare us, or worry that we might not really be who we spend so much of our time trying to convince everyone, including ourselves, that we are.
I don't know that.
Only by
There's no
having
point.
the courage to share our real experiences with each other can we possibly discover what we actually need to improve our lives as both communities and as individuals. If we feel too scared to do that, or if we aren't given the platform or the support to even have that opportunity, then we are doomed to keep coming up with totally ineffective ways of helping ourselves. Because our real needs aren't being voiced, let alone met. In his poem, The Gift Outright, Robert Frost writes, "Something we were withholding made us weak, until we found that it was ourselves we were withholding from the land of living, and forthwith found salvation in surrender." There is a war that rages in each of us between the good and bad angels of our natures.
I'm going to stretch a
Who
second.
here never feels greed, or selfishness, or prejudice, or resentment? The knowledge of our own inner impurity can sometimes be too much. It can shame us into silence and denial. Even, perhaps, drive us on to accuse others of the very things we fear we may be silently hiding within ourselves. In punishing others, we punish ourselves. We try to smash the mirror because of what it reflects back to us. Because of our own fears, so much of us still lies undiscovered. Whole communities, and so many people within those communities waiting, undiscovered. They're not ordinary people. This is not an ordinary country. But it may be an undiscovered country. Potential waiting to be unleashed. Energy waiting to be channeled. Frustration waiting to be made feel useful. Thankfully, we are not our own worst parts. In fact, if we can have the courage to own those parts of ourselves, to enter that undiscovered country and give voice to what has been too long neglected, then perhaps those very same things that too often shame us into silence or blame can instead become what brings us together. They can become the very things that allow us to connect. They can be what we use to guide us back to that common purpose and that shared vision that Anaya Imbevan and the people of Tredegar created our beautiful National Health Service out of. Because people are not knives, and people are not mirrors. People are the center. People are the heart. People are the reason, first and last. They are the ones that populate the undiscovered country. And that is where our future lies. Nothing about the future is fixed. It is the choices we make today that create the inevitabilities of tomorrow. We can shape our future, not just be shaped by it, but only if we do so by choice. We can choose to put people back at the heart of it. We can choose an economy that rewards responsibility, not greed. A social economy that grows at the service of the community. We can choose to share the wealth that economy creates more equally. We can choose to give communities more control over their own needs. And like Tredegar all those years ago, help point us the way to effective solutions for all. We can choose to make sure that everyone, no matter what their background, no matter what school they want to, no matter what their story, we can choose to give the opportunity to them to lift the golden voice, to move those mighty mountains and make those floods rejoice. God bless Aneurin Bevan, and God bless the National Health Service. Thank you.
Ow. Ah. Stop. That's the problem with clapping. If I do it for too long, I get shooting pains going right through my wrist. Ouch. I do have my wrist brace for my right hand for me, though. Sitting in my handbag. Fucking wind. Oh, this must be an interview section. Yeah, I'm fine. I just have to be careful when I'm clapping. I'll be fine, don't worry. The stiffness will go away soon. Well, it's more like a niggling pain, essentially. More of an annoyance, really. That's why I can't go into the mosh pit anymore. If I ever get to a music gig again. The problem is, if I wash it, there's metal plates in it. They keep my wrist rigid and give me the support that I need, but I can still use the fingers. It's to make sure that I don't damage it too much. I've already broken this wrist 4 times in the last 15 years. Keep your fingers crossed I don't break it again. Just depends how clumsy I am, really. I'll be fine. So I need to just do that, and I'll be fine.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Michael, thank you.
Thank you.
Not a lecture, but a rallying cry.
That was amazing.
People said of Nye Bevan that every time they heard him, they felt they heard a great preacher, and they never went away without a moral vision. And that's what we had today, yeah? So God knows we've only got 10 minutes to talk.
Sorry.
And there need to be a couple of questions from the room also. And nobody wants to unpick that fantastic tapestry that you wove for us. I just want to ask a couple of questions. I mean, you pointed out strongly the disturbing echoes of the 30s in our current situation, this socioeconomic breakdown you mentioned, the rise of the far right. But I'm struck by how different the working class world that shaped Bevan is from our world now. How there were strong industrial unions, institute libraries, Workers' Education Association, the Central Labour College where he studied. It seems incredibly hard to mount a fight back without those sources of collective strength and popular political education. Can we really do it?
Well, like I say, it takes time and it takes commitment. A whole infrastructure for working class education, working class political thought, you know, that whole infrastructure has broken down. And so the idea of being able to build something up again.
This black bit here, going right down, is where one of the metal plates are. There's another one going down from here, right down to there. And there's one that goes across this bit here, right this bit. This is a Boots own make one with no neoprene, which I'm allergic to. So I have to be careful. So those Neo G braces that you see, that you can buy, I can't go anywhere near them. I'm very allergic to the neoprene. Literally, I come out in horrible big blotchy hives all over my skin, whatever bit I'm using the support on. So I have to stay away from Neo G. And now, unfortunately, Vulcan used to be good, but they're not anymore. God damn it. But Boots, because they're an actual chemist and actually employ people who actually design these. This is 20 quid. This was 1855, but it is fucking worth it. I love this brace. It is absolutely amazing. Plus, I'm going to orthotics to get one for my right knee because I fractured it. So I'll be getting a proper brace for my right knee. Hopefully, they're thinking by the time they get everything scanned, take measurements and stuff, hopefully I'll have it for Valentine's. So in about 2 months, roughly. I don't mind waiting. They're going to have to take a couple more x-rays and take actual proper measurements with calipers and everything. So can't wait to actually get that brace. It's going to be fucking awesome. Are you? Oh, God. I've seen it in other people before, other patients. Ooh. Is it the actual tape itself or the adhesive? That's a bit more faded now. I'm allergic to the adhesive for my Cefadine, my fentanyl patches that I've got for my pain now. I'm allergic to the glue that they use on the patch. And I have to use emollient. So it gives me my pain relief and stuff to a certain extent, a good extent actually. It's doing quite well. But I'm still allergic to the adhesive they use for it.
Is daunting, you know, but I think, as we'll see, for those of you who stay for the next session, a political movement like the one that Senator Sanders was able to get going in America, you know, is possible to begin. But it does take, you know, like I said, it can't be through organizing things from some central HQ. You know, it has to be a movement. And part of what is unpredictable about a movement is that you can't control that movement necessarily. It has to come from people. So I think, you know, that after the last general election, I remember, you know, a lot of talk amongst the Labour Party about we have to go back to grassroots. We have to go back to a bottom-up rather than top-down way of dealing with things. And, you know, that takes time. And the Labour Party seemed to get a little bit off course on that over the last few years because of what's been going on with it. But you have to put the time and the investment into people, and our communities will. They'll tell us what we need. That's and that's the problem. It's very difficult to do that from offices in London or in Cardiff or whatever it might be. That movement has to be nurtured.
It's interesting. You give powerful examples in Bromley by Bow, in Preston, in Birmingham, of community-based developments, taking the long road, building support and solidarity locally. How does that sort of activity relate, if it does, to political parties and the wider politics that sets the framework and the funding for local action? I mean, God knows Bevan had enough ups and downs with the Labour Party, but he had a lifelong commitment to it. And now, for many, politics is a toxic brand.
Yeah.
How do we build from the local to the wider? Or must we just take a very long journey of unknowing?
Well, in a way, I mean, I suppose it's like any model, isn't it? No matter whether it's politics or religion or philosophy, whatever it is, we create models, and they work for a while, and then at a certain point, that model breaks down, and you have to go back to what the original source of the vision was, and that's sort of what I was trying to get at in a very long-winded way,
in a very powerful way, Michael.
But the idea of going back to source. Go back to what was the source of that vision? Because otherwise it starts to become, models start to become ideology and become dogma, and then they become too rigid. And it seems like we need to go back to what the original source behind the model was. So the idea of how the political system works now, that a politician represents the community that they come from, and they go off to London, to the seat of power in order to represent those people and the interests of that community on their behalf. That doesn't quite work like that anymore, does it? It doesn't feel like it. And so, why the Houses of Parliament are about to be made over. Why can't the seat of power move around the country? Why does it have to be that? Why can't it be like question time?
No, that's an even more depressing thought.
Yeah. But the idea of something, it's like the National Theatre Wales.
Yeah.
The revolutionary thing that I thought was wonderful about when National Theatre Wales started was that it's not based in one place. It exists wherever the production is. When I did the Passion in Port Talbot, that's where the National Theatre Wales was based. Whilst we were doing that, it was in Port Talbot. And I love the idea of something that exists where it's happening, and it moves around. And that idea of centralized power, I think, is maybe part of an old model that needs to be relooked at again.
It's a huge challenge.
It is.
Let's come back to the NHS, because it is the nearest thing most of the British have to a religion. And it was Bevan, and you echoed him, who said that a free health service is pure socialism. And you've sharply pointed out how it's been consistently and constantly undermined. Do you think that the battle for the NHS can somehow be a focus for a popular movement in defense of poorer people and the wider interest? Because there's a danger we'll just shrug our shoulders and say, there's never enough money.
Yeah. Well, I think, as Bevan said, as the fictional Bevan said, whilst there are people left to fight for it, then it will last. But it's, in a way, it is a sort of ground zero of everything that's going on in our culture, and that's.
Yeah, I'm with the host. God, Thursdays was pure fucking cancer. Seriously. Ugh. West Streeting in Piers. Ugh. And then a couple of weeks ago, or last week, we had Manfrog and Alistair Campbell. What the fuck? Seriously, the pair of you just fuck off. And you get to fucking Clacton. Yeah, it's orchestrated. It's completely fucking controlled. Completely. I keep on trying every time it comes to Scotland, every time it comes to Glasgow. My mum said to me, if I hear that it's coming up to Perth, you can come and try and get into Perth, because technically you're from Perth. And you can apply and you can stay at the house. Thanks, Mum. So if they do get up to Perth, that'll be fun, having an actual Marxist in the question time audience. So fingers crossed, if it ever comes up to Perth, I might actually try and get into the studio, because I know I can guarantee get to a bed that night after the filming. Bring it. So any ideas for questions when I find out it's going up to Perth? I'll create its own category in my Discord, and you can give me questions that I can put in before I put my application in to be in the audience. Bring it. So look out for Perth for question time, right? They need an actual socialist there at least once from Scotland. You think the number of socialists up here in Scotland would turn up eventually?
That's why I was trying to make these sort of allusions to how connected I think our identity as a country is to the health of the NHS. That there always seems to be this feeling that there are sort of machinations going on behind walls that we're not really aware of, and that that all this pressure is being put on a system that can't take it, and then you say, well, of course, you see, it has to be changed now. And yet it feels like, I think people feel very conflicted, like I do, about something that they love, and they love because it symbolizes something, but at the same time they're aware that it's not working as it should. And it's a very big subject to try and tackle. I understand that, but we mustn't let how big it is overwhelm us and just shrug it off, like you said. We have to engage with it and be as informed as we possibly can, and do what we can in our local communities, in our way. Every single person has the power to create change. I really believe that.
Or perhaps local ownership in relation to the NHS, like Tredegar in the Medical Aid Society, is a crucial element in that.
Yeah.
We've got about 4 minutes left. Can we have the lights up, please? And there are a couple of mics.
Good God, there's a lot of you.
I'm glad I couldn't see you all earlier. I'd have been very frightened. Anybody? There's a person there. Yes, this lady with the shining gloves will bring you in.
Hi, so I'm going to do full disclosure. I was a member of the local press. I'm now a member of the national press. Although I'm fortunate to still work in Wales. I was just wondering if you could give us your thoughts on the state of the Welsh media, and particularly with regards to political coverage, and what you think can or should be done about it.
What happened in the Assembly this week, everyone? There's the state of the national Welsh media. So the problem...
Rodri Morgan's funeral, actually.
Well, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
The great Rodri Morgan's funeral. But I think that's part of a difficult thing for us in Wales, is that to have our own national discussion, a lot of the infrastructure that we've talked about isn't there anymore. We get a little bit, get 10 minutes on the end of the UK news. We get our news in our papers from England, maybe. And where is that national Welsh discussion? You look at podcasts. I'm a big fan of podcasts these days. There's, less than a handful of Welsh podcasts about politics. Desolation Radio and Institute of Welsh Affairs are a couple, but that's about it. And it's for people like myself to try and do something about that. That's what I intend to do. I want to be able to be part of a new movement, building up the ability for us in Wales to talk to each other about what's going on in our country, and know what's happening, and listen to people, and build that up again with all the local papers and the ability for us to see ourselves, reflect ourselves back to each other, so that we can imagine what we can be. If we can't imagine it, we can't become it. And so we...
The main ones up here are, look at how bad the SNP are running, blah, 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 and all that. And how Brexit affects us as well, essentially. Oh, God. How we can trust Scottish Labour. No, we fucking can. Ass, fuck off. Are you Labour as well now? I think yours went Labour as well. I'm still glad we've got Stephen Flynn, and we've still got Pete Wisher up in my hometown, which is good. I like Pete. I've met him a couple of times. He's a good dude. Yeah. Kirsty Blackman as well. Thank God. Good, good. Actually getting a Scottish Green MP, that'd be fun. I like that. Obviously, I agree with Helena. SNP for Westminster until we get independence. Oh God, I keep on forgetting about Chris Law.
Have to build up that infrastructure, whether it's in terms of the press, the local press, the Welsh national press, or within our cultural arts as well. It's great that the creative industries are really developing within Wales now, but we've got to build up our own native content as well. I know that the BBC got told off last year for how little Welsh content there was, and when there was stuff in it, it was usually because someone had been murdered. But, so obviously there's a long way to go. And we've got to grab the moment by the horns as well, and when people are feeling like, oh, well, we have to do a bit more for Wales, then give it to them.
One last quick question, because I will get kicked out, as will you. So I see it coming. It's got to be a quick one, I'm afraid. We've got a minute left. Yes, there? Thank you.
Hiya.
Hello.
I'm from the Rhondda.
And so am I.
Brilliant. This is an area where, there's often been a lot of anger towards political establishments. I see it changing, and I see that anger being sort of put towards immigrants, which is ironic in the Rhondda, because it's an area entirely made up of immigrants, really. How can we beat that? How can we fight that and get the anger working towards the right people again?
Very short answer, I think.
Yeah. I think people who don't feel listened to and don't feel that they can speak their truth, speak their reality, say what's going on for them, get frustrated, and frustrated energy turns in on itself. I think if people are given the platform to not only be able to speak, but also to be listened to, and that they can see that things come out of that, then that helps. I do. I think the more that community, I think you're absolutely right. I think there is a change happening, but I think there is a positive change happening as well. When communities like the community in Cummer see their swimming pool be closed down, and then they decide that they want to do something about it, and they have no idea how to go about that, but they find the means to do it. They started a social enterprise business, and they opened their swimming pool, sometimes with powers that be, local powers that be, trying to get in the way of it. But they did it, and that community took back control of their own local amenities themselves, and they made it work, and it's doing brilliantly. And I think the more that happens, the more that people see, oh, we as a community can do this. We don't have to wait for someone to come and say yes or no to us. We can take this on ourselves, and the tools are out there to be able to do that. Working through social enterprise, working through cooperatives, community share schemes, all these kind of things, they're out there, but they have to be...
Oops. I've joined the Scottish Greens, darling. I think that's the best way to channel my energy. I think I would probably not be able to do so much for the SNP. Plus, they've got lots of other people here in Glasgow anyway. The Greens don't. The Greens need the people. So, I've joined the Scottish Greens. You never know, I might actually be able to change them a bit, or at least give my portion to help move them forward, which will be a good thing. I'll keep you updated.
Empowered. People have to be empowered and given those tools and supported in it so that they can take it on themselves. And I think the more that happens, I genuinely believe that people will move in a more tolerant, more open and more loving way.
Let's keep the flame aflame. And thank you all very much indeed. Will you give your final thank you to Michael Sheen?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much.
I like that. That was good. Same here, unfortunately. He's both of our list MPs, by the way, darling. Because the list area is bigger than the actual constituencies. Like I said, I'll see what I can do. I'll try. Watch this space. I will be back momentarily. Oh, fuck. That's not good. Maybe they need to hear a disability voice then. I'll see what I can do. All right? What do we think? Do you think that'll be fun? He is kind of brutal.
I think farmers are having a very tough time. I think protesting about the inheritance tax is the wrong thing. Clarkson only bought the land in order to avoid inheritance tax.
I think he actually said that out loud.
He did say that. So we do know that he has a slightly vested interest in this. I've learned that a change of government doesn't necessarily change everything, but I think I slightly knew that. That was also the day, I suppose, I looked at Charles and I thought, okay, as head of state, we may have some issues with you. God, but you're not Trump. Musk has managed, essentially, since he's seen the light of Trump as the Messiah, to turn Twitter into even more of a sewer than it was anyway. Race hate and extreme right-wing discourses, I believe they call it, on those platforms has sort of gone exponentially nuts. He is very, very bad news in this country. Good grief, do you know our Prime Minister has had some free glasses from a rich donor? I think it's about time we put him in the stocks. I just wanted to say that I'm approaching this conversation as a weave. So it may seem that my answers are illogical and rambling and not thought through. But in fact, I have a plan for the whole interview that will subtly come towards the end.
Absolutely perfect. That's brilliant. I don't know if you've seen, Trump also says that he's a weaver when he speaks out loud, and there's a lot of lost art in the weave. So
yeah,
brothers in arms.
Entirely.
Ian Hislop, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, good.
Good, glad to hear it. We are here once again, another year, another private eye annual. You got on there as well, you can sort of, this is like QVC, yeah, wonderful stuff. So another interview, another discussion, another review of events of the last 365 days.
Yeah, another celebration of still being in business.
Yes,
a year
absolutely,
later,
yeah,
which
great.
is fine.
Great to still be here, yeah.
Yeah.
No nuclear Armageddon, the planet hasn't overheated just yet, so still here.
And we've had 2 elections. Quite a busy year.
Yeah, relatively.
Yeah, and one of them went, okay-ish.
The American one.
Yeah, for us Trump supporters,
yes.
It was a relief.
I was overjoyed at the news. We'll talk about
So
all
do
of
I.
it.
Yeah.
We'll digest all of it. But I'm also holding one of the latest copies of The Eye.
Yes.
Great cover as always. Who would be your pick for the next Archbishop of Canterbury?
Well, I put all my favourites on there. Paula Vennell's obviously top. Time for a woman. Time for someone really trustworthy in the top job. Or Russell Brand.
Yes.
He's been baptised recently.
Great job with the amulet sales as well.
Yeah, no, and I think that wards off. Does it ward off Russell Brand? I don't know. I might try it.
He might turn up.
But he's found God too, so.
Haven't we all in trying times? But there's a slight. There isn't a break from a tradition because the front page is funny. That's classic. But there is a slight, maybe not necessarily business as usual, inside this edition, because you've written something in the first person in this edition of The Eye.
Yes, which I don't normally do, on the grounds that it's not very interesting. And the rest of the staff say, this is a waste of space. Can you put my piece in? Which is fine. But I did, literally the day after he resigned, I went to a dinner at the British Museum where I'd once curated an exhibition. So I'm still on the guest list. And it was full of the great and good. It's about,
yeah,
sort
he
of
can
keeping
fuck
the
off.
museum going. And the Archbishop of Canterbury was there, literally a day after he resigned, with a drink in his hand, acting as though nothing had happened at all. And he came over and said, I'm Justin Welby, which I knew, and then said, isn't this lovely? And I had a bit of a confrontation with him, which I thought I should write about, because I didn't behave.
Do you ever?
No, I do, and I really should be able to by now, but I didn't, and the eye's been right.
Ian Hislop, behave. How many times have you been sued, Ian?
About this particular scandal for a long time, and I knew one of the victims of the original abuse from this sort of hideous evangelical sadist, and I just thought, no, I don't think I can do this.
But it's almost I guess I'd say arrogance of it to attend an event like that with events of not 24 hours past and think, oh, this is fine, I'll just attend a nice, lovely evening gala dinner and we'll have a nice glass of champagne and yada, 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 not without any sort of reference or, I guess the callousness or the contrition.
Well, I mean, one could end up with words like inappropriate or shameless or just jaw-dropping, I thought. And I didn't get it. I mean, I don't expect, him to appear Game of Thrones style with sackcloth and ashes and,
you could do. We could. I mean, we could.
With a bell.
We could do that.
You could do that, but it just seemed you weren't going to resign, and then you decided you would after all. After various other bishops had come out and said, well, maybe you should really. And this victim, who I knew, had literally gone public and said, you really should resign. And he'd had another thought, and then he did resign. Yeah. So it was all scrappy and sort of unconvincing.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was just another story, and it's partly why I put Paula Venables on the cover. That was another extremely long-running eye story, which sort of broke this year.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the start of the year. There was this fantastic drama. It's very good for everyone in journalism to find out that you spend, a decade writing these brilliant stories and no one's very interested, and then you put it on an ITV in a drama and bloody hell,
everyone's talking about Parliament.
It goes mad.
How do we not know about this? It's disgusting. Okay.
But I was quite pleased. I mean, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That, sort of Alan Bates and even, that Alan Bates and his whole campaign suddenly, went national. And the government sat up and said, yes, this is terrible. It really is time we did something. You thought, that's quite late.
What are your reflections on that then? Because I guess it is indicative of the fact that our politics perhaps isn't necessarily motivated by redressing injustice or trying to do what's right, and that actually the fact that it was on ITV at the beginning of the year essentially seems to have mobilised public opinion and therefore Westminster into action about something, rather than just going, do you know what, actually there's a ginormous and horrific scandal here. We need to write.
No, I mean, politics is, the great political philosopher Kemi Badenoch put it recently, you mustn't just do the right thing, you must be seen to do the right thing, which is cynical, even to those of us who've been observing for a long time. But anyway, in this case, I thought it was brilliant because public opinion was overwhelming and it shifted it. And, if that's what drama can do on ITV, hats off to them. And, for the people involved, it was terrific.
Yeah. I guess the ends are more important than the means.
And also, without the journalism, there isn't a drama.
Yeah.
So they needed something to go on. And the case studies they did were the ones that we'd done. And, the producers and writers and stuff did a brilliant job. I mean, I was in Oxford Street and just walking along and someone shouted, "Oi, Ian Hislop!" And I thought, oh God, what have I done now? And it was one of the postmasters. It was Lee Castleton. And I didn't recognise him, 'cause it wasn't him on the telly.
Lee, plastic surgery, you look different.
Yeah. And he just said, which is all slightly embarrassing, he just said, oh, I wanted to say thank you. And I said, well, you did all the campaigning and all the work. We wrote about it. And then huge television, sort of like a megaphone, puts it out there. And then suddenly everyone's very, very up on this story.
This is
has known
terrible.
About it,
been across this for years, actually.
And is sorting it out this minute.
Yeah, Kemi Badenoch was in front of the inquiry actually a couple of weeks ago.
She
wasn't
was, yes. She was briefly in charge of something.
Aren't they all? Yeah.
She sent a letter to someone. So, yeah, that's very important.
You've used the Royal Mail, and therefore you will testify and give evidence. Is there a? You mentioned the case studies there. I mean, are there any cases that stand out to you, or any of the ones that you'd like to draw particular attention to whilst we're speaking now?
I mean, the person who got locked up. I mean, the miscarriages were appalling. The people whose marriages ended because one didn't believe the other. The people whose families didn't believe them. People who lived in small villages and people there thought, well, they must have done it. Yeah. I mean, it's a hideous sort of miscarriage. And there was, another really, really nice postmaster. He said, the best thing about private eye is I used to get it and I'd show it to people and say, look, other people don't think I did it. Which is, and he said that was a huge sort of comfort. And you just think, well, at the very least, that was worth doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the way the conversation is now is the fact that Alan Bates wrote to the government, I think it was at the beginning of this month, asking for the compensation, sort of a set deadline. Still hasn't been set. Government sort of saying, we don't want to do that. Yeah. But people have died.
It's not finished yet.
Yeah, no, it's not finished. But without putting too fine a point on it, people have died over the course of this scandal. People have died by suicide over the course of this scandal. And if there are people who are still waiting to receive financial redress for what happened, it's pitiful.
Yeah, and as ever, we found this out in the pandemic, and I find it out more and more. Governments say, I'm afraid we can't do that. It's very, very difficult. It really would take a lot of time. And then there's a big public stink, and they go, we'll do it tomorrow. And did we say it would take a lot of time? No, we'll put a bill through in the morning. If there is political will, you can do it.
Absolutely.
And I think we should all remember that.
Yeah, absolutely. The capacity for sort of what we think is possible.
And because of the post office, the contaminated blood compensation will be accelerated, and that will happen. There are provisions gone in. There are signs that, we used to do jokes about, well, let's have an inquiry, which meant, you'd never hear about it ever again. Nowadays, people think, oh no, there's an inquiry. Like Grenfell, oh God, they're going to put people up in front of it, and they're going to look guilty.
Yeah, and we probably have to pay, at the end of it.
But there'll be bills to pay all round, but, the actual process of these inquiries has got good.
Yeah, and I think also the sort of the fact that you can actually watch them now as well, that sort of distribution of information and being able to, I know that there are people who have watched the entirety of the Post Office inquiry, there are people who have watched the entirety of the Grenfell inquiry, and actually I think that's probably a mark of a slightly healthy democracy, is the fact that people can tap into these things and watch the entirety of them if they wish to.
Yeah, and there is, I'm a print journalist, and what we can do is detail and repetition and further repetition, and then
for 14 years or so.
But on television, you get the experience of watching people flounder live, or watching people lie live. And with a good KC, they do point this out, and that is actually very good.
Absolutely.
Very open.
More broadly, I guess, so that was the start of the year and many events, but I would just invite your broader reflections, perhaps. How has your year been? Is there anything you're particularly proud of? Is there anything you're particularly proud of that the Eye has run over the course of the year?
I was proud of the Post Office. I was very proud of the fact that we'd been involved for so long doing that, and that something had happened. That seemed to be very good news. That was dominated the beginning of the year, and there've been a number of stories, that have turned up and have come to a conclusion that isn't just depressing. So all that I thought was very positive, even including this latest horrific one. Channel 4 were very, very good on this.
Hello, can you hear me? Is that better? It's actually easier holding it, oddly enough. Yes, he is. Welcome back, darling. We're watching Ian Hislop getting interviewed by Politics Joe. The guy interviewing him is called Ollie Dugmore.
Twice, originally and there, but we did a lot of this story ourselves, particularly about the cover-up. So I think journalistically quite a lot of things have come home. And we've had a very good run with stories about Teesside. But the thing that everyone imagines after very long periods of one government, people say, well, you'll have nothing to say about a new government. That's it now. But luckily I've been round the block a few times.
You've seen
and
it.
I've thought, yes, the new government will do things that are interesting and there will be things to say. And then that happened pretty fast.
Yeah, slightly different hue, perhaps. Yeah.
Yes. But they did say it with Blair. When Blair came in, and a lot of people said, what are you going to say now? The no Tories in to have a go at.
Yeah, well, we reached new heights of honesty, I think, and standards in public life during the new Labour years.
And right at the beginning, my very old, former colleagues say, well, when the first Labour government got in, Harold Wilson, everyone said, that's it now. You've had a long period of Tory government making cheap jokes about Etonians. What are you going to do now? Now it's the bright 1960s.
Yes, the white heat, of the 1960s.
So there is a certain circularity in Britain.
Okay, so events today. Let's just box this off, Ian. The farmers are protesting.
Yes.
Jeremy Clarkson's protesting.
Yes.
He's on the picket line.
Yeah.
Do you think they have a point? Do you think they've got something worthy cause to be protesting about, the farmers?
I think the farmers are having a very tough time. I think protesting about the inheritance.
That wank doesn't give a fuck. Like they're going to say a little bit later, he is literally doing it for tax purposes because he is that kind of dick. Hey, Clarkson, piss off. If only. And please don't come back up to Scotland. Can't be arsed with you.
Tax is the wrong thing. Clarkson only bought the land in order to avoid inheritance tax.
I think he actually said that out loud.
He did say that. So we do know that he has a slightly vested interest in this. And
it's quite notorious, actually, why people do this.
We put a joke in about how much tax do you want to pay, Jeremy? And he said diddly squat.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Which, again, he's become...
Well, welcome, Raiders. I have taken my microphone out of its cage, and it's a lot easier to use now, and hopefully you can hear me a lot clearer. Welcome. Cult of Nathun, welcome. Glad to see you. Igloo, my amazing Canadian comrade, welcome in. Raptor, are you here? Thank you for the raid, Raptor. Very kind. Thank you for joining us. This is Ian Hislop. He is the editor of Private Eye. I used to buy it. It is amazing. It has been over 20 years since I've actually read Private Eye. I might actually start reading it again, depending on how much it is. I wonder if I can just go to a newsagent and buy it. I have 3 newsagents that I can get to within bus distance. And obviously I'm only a bus journey away from the city centre, which will definitely have newsagents that will have Private Eye in stock. Yes, he might be having his dinner. If you are having your dinner, Raptor, enjoy. Back to Ian and Ollie.
I'm a bit of a hero of the farming community, and I can see because they think nobody cares or says anything about them. But we have a farming correspondent, and we talk about food security, and we talk about the replacement of the.
Sorry if you can hear the wind. It is rather strong tonight here in Glasgow. It has been pissing me off all night, and I want it to fuck off. So if anyone has any weather spells to help me, please tell me them, so I can tell the wind to fuck off. Too bloody loud and scary.
EU payments, we've been fairly consistent in supporting farmers, but our correspondence says in this case very few farmers are affected by inheritance tax, and there is a 3 million limit, which, you know, extraordinary. That's what the government says as well. Yeah. You know, one hates to agree, really. And they explained it very, very badly. And the narrative has come out that the Labour government is trying to destroy Britain's farming, which I don't think it is. No. What it's trying to do is raise tax by any means possible. And absolutely classically, if you say to people beforehand, we won't raise income tax.
Leave income tax alone. Raise capital gains and corporation tax. Simple. Or institute a wealth tax. That might work. Oh dear, there I go, sounding like a fucking Marxist again.
And we won't freeze the tax bands. You don't have a lot of options. Yeah. So the budget was sort of scraping around thinking, God, what haven't we promised to put up?
Where can we shake down?
National insurance, employers maybe there.
Yeah, nice, yeah.
Whereas, you know, a more transparent strategy might have been to say, we're going to put up taxes because, I mean, again, I don't want to sound too old here, but every single government that has ever been anywhere puts up taxes in its first term. That's what they do. Yeah.
It's the moment of sort of maximum opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost the only opportunity.
Well, in theory, you're at your most popular, right? Although you maybe can't say the same for Keir Starmer because, and I guess this points to the argument you just made there about transparency, right? Because I think if he'd have spent the general election campaign saying, we're actually going to cut the universal winter fuel payment, we're actually going to increase employer national insurance contribution, we're also going to change inheritance tax in this way, we're going to increase your tuition fees, I'm not necessarily sure. Well, actually, I think they probably still would have won, but I think the margin of victory might not necessarily have been as big as it was. So then maybe you're sort of going, if you'd have been honest before the election, you wouldn't have boxed yourself in the way that you have done. And if your majority is, I don't know, 30 seats smaller than what it is, does it politically make that much of a difference to you? So maybe there's kind of a lack of political nous about the way he's done it.
Yeah, well, I think that is the thing everybody says to me, is that he's not very good at politics. You know, he came into it quite late, doesn't really like politicians very much.
Interesting.
Doesn't quite understand why it's so difficult to get them all to agree and then do things. Yeah.
Keir Starmer is a mouthpiece in a suit. That's it. He gets told by his overlords, Morgan McSweeney, and quite possibly another fucking Scotsman, Pat McFadden. Sorry for that dour-faced bastard, by the way. He's actually from Glasgow. Trust me, Glaswegians aren't that dour-looking. Fifers are. Don't get me wrong. I love fifers. One of my best friends is a fifer. She is amazing. I love her. She's busy. She's a consultant radiographer. She's the one that actually designs the treatment plans for cancer treatments for radiotherapy. She is cool. But, like I said, very fucking busy. I see her at like once or twice a year. I might actually be meeting up with her next week if she can actually spare a couple hours to come through to Glasgow to see some of us. I said not to worry about meeting up with me if she can't, if she's too busy meeting up with her family and other friends, obviously. I'm sure she'll get back to me and let me know.
And I agree. I mean, I think it's if we get into a situation where you have to just tell a load of fantastic lies in order to get elected, and there's no other way. I'm thinking of other elections
Are you?
that have gone on. Then you come a cropper.
Yeah.
Next to bus timetables, political manifestos are the greatest work of fiction ever fucking written. At least in my opinion. Trust me, take a look at previous manifestos. Take a look. Most of them are probably still online. Probably since I've been born. Christ, probably since my mum was born in 54. Check them out. From about her onwards, greatest works of fiction ever fucking written. Take a look at Blair's. I know it's still fucking available. I looked at it 2 months ago. Christ. Still can't believe I voted for Labour in that 97 election. I feel ashamed of myself.
Inevitably. So, the winter fuel tax allowance, taking it from the very top end of people, was a Conservative idea. Yeah.
I promise every time that I hear that get fucking mentioned, I will remind everyone the winter fuel allowance is 1% of the benefits budget. So not the full budget, just the portion that is assigned to the benefits. 1% of that was the winter fuel allowance. So effectively fucking nothing. They could have fixed they didn't need to do this. They could have made universality actually fucking works. It has been proven that it works. Because Blair done a few of those. Christ, even the Tories done it. That hideous coalition government actually done some universal benefits. For ulterior motives, obviously, because they're scum. Universality, please. You can tax it back off the ones that are richer. It's easy. You can do that. But will they fuck? That's why I hate Rachel Reeves. I really don't want her to be fucking Chancellor. Between her and Wes, I am panicking.
Conservative Party were quite keen on it, and endless people said, this is a good idea. Why are rich pensioners being subsidised? Can't we stop this? I mean, it wasn't a Labour idea. It wasn't rampant socialism. It was just thinking, is this a very good distribution of the way we do it?
I'm not sure I would call much of the Labour government rampant socialism, to be fair.
I'm thinking of the last Conservative government.
Yes, yeah, well, in which case, yeah, very similar. I think Matthew So was even arguing something similar in the Times. Yeah, massive state, massive immigration, massive tax bill. It's called it socialism. I think he was...
By the way, Rachel Reeves is carrying on with the Tory budget. Literally the last one that... Fuck. Hunt. It was Hunt, wasn't it? He was the Chancellor before the election. Fuck. Give me a second. I need to check that. It's been musical ministers before the general election. That's a true sign that the government's in fucking meltdown if they keep on having to change their fucking cabinet positions. Make them legally binding. As much as I'd love to see that, darling, I don't think any of them would ever fucking do that. One day motion from the Greens or the SNP? Now there's a thought. That might actually be a good fucking petition to do. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm doing it. They're about to go on their Christmas Christmas jollies. So I can frame it over the next sort of 2 or 3 weeks. Then when they come back, I can get it published. Are they? Amazing. I like that. Carry on, Ellen Clifford and John McArdle. I like that. Like I keep on saying, it's only 1% of the benefits budget, which is fucking nothing. They could have easily fixed that with putting 3 billion into it, which in the scheme of things is nothing. Then all the ones who are above a certain level, tax it back. Easy. Eminently fucking easy. Oh, I like that. I will get that. I will get that petition worded and get it published. Make manifestos legally binding. Yes. Thanks, Orchestran. That is amazing.
He was saying. Yeah, and in that ad, the Tories run an attack ad about winter fuel payment being like, I'm a pensioner and I might freeze to death. And I would have had more sympathy for the gentleman in it if he hadn't been wearing a gold Rolex at the time that he was sort of saying to everyone, I can't afford to turn the heating. I was like, could sell the watch.
Optics.
Simple politics, my friend.
But very callous.
Why?
It seems to me they're very bad at explaining this lot, what they're up to. So they didn't explain the winter fuel, got into terrible trouble. They haven't explained the farmers thing, got into terrible trouble. Politics is taking people with you.
Yeah.
And just saying, this is it.
Yeah, I guess if you're kind of an economist or a lawyer or, I don't know, someone who's focused on delivery and the result, the truth, you sort of think, well, if we've increased GDP by 1.7%, that's really the only thing that matters. But actually, if you can't tell a compelling story about it, then the electorate won't really give two damns about your record of delivery. That is what politics is, right? You have to be able to...
Yeah, well, if you look at the US, everyone said, well, Biden achieved growth. Nobody achieves growth anymore. How do you do growth? Biden achieves growth. Biden comes out, everyone says, no, cost of living's too high. They literally don't believe you if they don't want to.
Yeah. And I guess that's, well, let's talk about it then. Were you invigorated by the exercise of democracy in America this year?
No, it was mildly depressing, but I didn't, wake up and think.
I do have a Facebook.
Tomorrow, the apocalypse. The world.
I do have a Facebook page.
At least there wasn't a civil war, and nobody could pretend that the voters didn't look at Trump and know what they saw and voted for him anyway. And he won everything. Yeah. There is a lot of fun to be had and a lot to say about the sort of media's attempt to call the election beforehand. It's neck and neck, it's incredibly close. And pollsters, and we hate admitting this, pollsters are human as well, and they tend to come up with results that they believe.
Yeah, I guess that those personal biases
and he
are
lost
always
everything.
there. Yeah, he did.
I'm sorry, he won everything.
Biden lost everything.
Yeah,
that's why I guess he stood down.
Yeah, Kamala, I think.
Yeah, sorry, two different people, aren't they? Yeah, maybe that was the problem. The electorate couldn't distinguish between the two. I think, when I consider what's happened, I don't think the electorate, I couldn't anyway, get past that original sin, right? If you spend 2 years telling everyone, this guy, Joe Biden, is as sharp as a tack, he's able to go again, I've never seen him as hot and as engaged as he is right now. And then you reverse ferret because of that debate, and you say, "Oh no, this is terrible. We need somebody else."
Yeah.
I think voters are looking at Kamala Harris, going, "Do you just expect us to just accept this?"
Yeah.
I feel like, regardless of a message on the economy, regardless of how hard it is as a vice president to try and set yourself apart from your incumbent president, people struggle to do that with a 2-year campaign. Let alone
anything, don't you? And Biden was in public absolutely appalling.
Yeah.
Whatever else he's achieved behind the scenes or whatever else you believe in that thing, he couldn't remember the name of the man to whom he's supplying the weapons and confused it with the man who's invading the country that needs the weapons. And that isn't good. Is it really?
No, I'm so glad you clarified that for me, actually, Ian. Yeah.
I'm often asked for my insights, and that's one of my top ones.
That is it's a top piece of analysis. That one, yeah.
I mean, for me, it's when he came over here and he couldn't get the name of the New Zealand rugby team right, who they're called the All Blacks, and he called them the Black and Tans. When he was visiting a country where in the 1920s they were a fairly infamous paramilitary outfit that caused enormous offence.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
How many of those can take place, right, before you go? Well, we have the answer. A lot can take place before you go. We have to call time on this. But
Well, he did a press conference, and I mean, journalists are pretty callous and unhelpful. He did a press conference and he was talking about Israel, and he said when Israel attacked the and then he said the opposition, and then a journalist shouted Hamas.
Yeah.
Just to help him out, not one of his team.
That's
no one in his ear.
Just politeness.
Yeah.
Just like you're so awkward in the situation.
Yeah.
Oofed. Did you see it coming? Did you see maybe not the scale of victory, but certainly that Trump victory in the way that a lot of people are saying it's too close to call? I can't, and I guess if it's too close to call, that means both possibilities, they are possible.
No, I went to bed assuming the result would be awful, which I usually do. Since 2016, I tend to go to bed thinking, be terrible. And then you wake up and it is. So no, I mean, I can't pretend I was surprised. I mean, I didn't put money on Trump. I didn't go around saying he'll definitely win. But there was something about the fact that no one cared at any point, whatever he did. And that was extraordinary, the court cases, no one minded. The sexual assault, no one seemed to mind. That's unfair, not no one. It was 52-48, I know, because those figures are all sticking in my head.
Something about those numbers.
It is, I can't remember where they're from. So, the people in next day said the whole of America has let us down. Well, 48% of the voters didn't. They voted the other way. So, again, I think you shouldn't get catastrophic about that. But his basic core voters didn't mind what had happened. And maybe they don't approve or they don't like it, and they basically thought, we'll be better off with you than with you.
Yeah, maybe it just comes back to, like most elections, right? Are you better off than when you were at the start of this electoral cycle? And for all the GDP growth in the world, perhaps the most important economic metric is inflation, right? And if in America, it's usually the gas prices, petrol prices, where
which are about 3p a gallon anyway.
Well, that's 3 pence too many, Ian, actually, I think you'll find. But no, they literally do, it's like you drive past the petrol station, you see the price, and that's sort of your marker of how well the economy is doing.
Yeah.
And as a result, like I said, for all the growth in the world, if you've got less cash in your pocket, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I mean, the one thing that was covered very well was, I thought, by certainly some of the American outlets, was the attitude to immigration, and this shocking revelation that immigrant populations, including recent ones, tend to think that that's quite enough immigration now, thank you, when they've got in.
Yeah.
And there's an extraordinary story, I think it was Helen Lewis who wrote it, of literally a man, he'd just got over the border. He'd literally just got over the border into the States. And a journalist said, what do you think of America? And he said, there are too many immigrants. I mean, he got the idea really quickly.
It's contagious once you get over there, yeah. I think as well, the assassination attempt, right? We kind of disappeared, or not disappeared, but I feel like we didn't speak about it perhaps as much as we probably should do. I feel like you're an American hero, right? If you survive an assassination attempt, it's kind of the...
Well, I remember seeing the photo and thinking, this is extraordinary. It's literally got the same angle as the flag at Iwo Jima, with the American flag here. You've got a guy with blood on him and he's got his fist up. You know, he didn't fall, he didn't, you know, run for it. And I thought at that moment, I mean, I did actually say this, I think he'll win now.
Yeah. It's a very powerful image, wasn't it?
It was, you know, all the conspiracy theorists I know think the photographer had done it in a studio 5 days beforehand.
Naturally,
you know, it was...
The flag shouldn't be moving because on the moon there's no wind, so...
And Biden was, you know, disguised as a shooter on the river. I don't know, whatever the current theories are.
You know, when you think about the shooter, actually, this is probably the worst possible outcome for him. Obviously, he's dead now, he got shot, but the guy he was trying to kill is now the president-elect of the United States. This is like worst possible outcome for an assassin.
Yeah, he failed.
Yeah. I guess that the lesson in that for all would be assassins. Don't miss if you're trying to.
But I mean, I'm quite sure had he succeeded,
probably would have been worse.
The result would have been very, very nasty.
Yeah, that's true actually. Maybe the lesson is don't be an assassin in the first place.
Yeah, no, I'm all for that. I think democratic politics is probably better than
without civil war
by rifle.
Yes, I agree.
Great, we've got common ground.
Yeah, we found it.
Everything's going to happen here.
There's a small media story here in the UK, Ian, about you and a gunshot.
Yes.
What was that about?
Well, as it turned out, as my friend Nick Newman said, oh, amazing, you were attacked by...
I am not talking. Can you hear me? This is plugged in. Is that better? Can you hear me? Oh, good. It's not that. I'm taking the weight off my elbow a minute. I'm supporting it. I've got shooting pains going through my elbow for some strange reason. You know what? I'll a bit better. Ah, damn. Is that better? That is actually a lot better for my elbow, oddly enough. My posture is fucking atrocious. Damn it. Stay.
demister. I was in the cab, and we were.
Hello. Is that better? Wow. I didn't have that mixed properly. Look at me, the numpty. That's better. If I'm a bit too loud, just tell me.
Travelling along in Shaftesbury Avenue, and there was a huge explosion, and the back window blew out. It seemed that something had happened, and the cabbie, who was very upset by it all, we went and looked at the back window, and there was a small hole in it. And at that point, he decided to call the police, which was quite right. And the police arrived, and they saw this, and they thought it's possible that it might have been a gunshot. And they said they were looking into it, and we were asked not to say anything about it, but unfortunately the cabbie seemed to have told everybody. I had Ian Hislop in the back of the cab, and we got shot. So this story went fairly enormous.
Yeah.
And there was nothing I could do about it for 2 days until the police had finished the forensics and the ballistic tests, and it wasn't a gunshot. It was an electrical fault, which the fuse had blown up the thing at the back. And they were, I have to say, they found CCTV footage showing the window blew out backwards. So it hadn't come in that way. They had the dogs around. They sort of cut the cab up and found it. And I mean, they were really good.
Yeah.
And very, very fast. And it wasn't like, on television, none of them brought their complex personal lives into the story. There wasn't long intervals where we did the backstory.
Are we all good? I hope we are. Christ. This wind is really doing my head in. Piss off.
Basically, they investigated what had happened and came to a conclusion. And then the Met.
Oops.
Put out a statement, which I tried to pump out to everyone, saying this didn't actually happen. But as you know, the original story was much more interesting.
Got quite a long way around the world.
And got quite a long way around the world.
The truth could catch
so
up
in
with
fact, nothing at all happened to me, and it was bathos.
Yeah, we're sort of, we're laughing and joking about it now. I imagine quite actually alarming thing when you're in the middle of it. It's a distressing thing when you're in the middle of it.
It was quite alarming, but I was on my way to this office, and then I had to arrive here.
Wait for no one.
With a number of police officers, and you can imagine the levels of sympathy.
Yes.
And taking it seriously that went on in this office.
Deeply serious matter, yes, no doubt. And I imagine they took it equally as seriously when they found out what had actually happened.
Yes, absolutely. So
caring, compassionate,
yes, yeah.
Whipped brown, chocolates, flowers.
Chocolates, yeah. No.
No.
But quite right. It was a non-story.
Just to keep it with Matters American for a moment.
Yes.
Obviously, there's going to be a billionaire in the White House, but he does have some other billionaires floating around alongside him. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, being one of them, who's going to head up a department of government.
Trump is not a billionaire. But if he still is, he shouldn't be. Boo. Christ, the next 4 years are going to be bad. Yeah.
Efficiency. I can't imagine for a second why the world's richest man might want to abolish, for example, the IRS, who collects the taxes in America, but, you know, there we go. Are you concerned about the proximity of Musk to Trump? And I probably mean that most specifically with reference to his ownership of X/Twitter, which is now sort of one of the primary platforms on which news media is distributed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's incredibly dangerous. And I mean, obviously, I don't spend a lot of my life on Twitter, and I try really, really hard.
You're missing out.
Yeah, to avoid social media. But I am aware.
I know that it exists.
I know it exists, and I know what it's up. And I know that Musk has managed, essentially, since he's seen the light of Trump as the Messiah, to turn Twitter into even more of a sewer than it was anyway. And
Messiah? Really? He radicalized himself on his own platform. And this Doge department, dear God. I don't see how that's going to go.